All right, good evening. This is Mount Diablo Board School President Brian Lawrence on April 13th. We are calling this meeting back to order. We are returning to public session. We were in closed session in which the board went over the items that were listed, negotiations, item 3.1, where we received information from the superintendent and staff, public employee reassignment, we received information, and then our conference where we were with item 3.3 with real property negotiators, where we received information from Mr. Alvarado and Dr. Martinez. So with that, we will go ahead and I will ask people to, in the best manner that they can, join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. And we will go ahead and start with that. So, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. I recognize I don't think I've ever done the Pledge of Allegiance without hearing anybody else before, so my first time doing it on my own. With that, I will go ahead and start roll call, and we'll start with Ms. Durkee.
Here.
Okay, we unmuted Ms. Durkee. Ms. Count?
Here.
Ms. Mason?
Here.
And Ms. Mayo?
Present.
All right, and Mr. Lawrence is also here. I will guarantee our viewing and listening audience there will be technical challenges, and so I promise we will mess things up, but we are doing our best in these very unusual circumstances, so we appreciate your willingness to work with us. I'll state briefly, so one, I don't know how much longer we will be doing meetings this way, but it is for the foreseeable future. And so we are aiming to have at the April 27th meeting to be able to have public comment via the Zoom meeting, which we are displaying things. So we are hoping to have that in place. What we did for this meeting was we have people who had emailed board comments which went to myself and Vice President Mason. Staff has gone ahead and gathered those into a document, and they are sharing that document via email with all the board members, so they're compiled. And we're going to go ahead in order to get the items working, public comment working, and double check that system. I'm going to go ahead and slightly put off public comment and reports from district organizations. And first, we'll go ahead and to item 10.1, which is order and potential approval of resolution items working, comment working, and double check that system. I'm going to go ahead 19/20-49 notice of intent. So do I have a motion? And first, we'll go ahead and what you want to have a posted order and potential approval of resolution items working, comment working, and double check that system. I'm going to go ahead 19/20-49.
I make a motion that we approve the resolution 19/20-49, notice of intent to dedicate 50 to Contra Costa County for street purposes.
Second.
Okay. Connected to Bluetooth.
Oh.
Sorry, that was me trying to get a speaker working so that we can. No, that was me. So I'm trying to get a speaker working so that we can play from my phone or the computer the public comments, which we'll do in a moment. But with that, we'll go ahead. So we had a motion by Ms. Mason, a second by Ms. Count. So we'll go ahead and take the vote, starting with Ms. Mayo.
I have a question. Can
Okay.
you explain? I thought this had to be on the agenda twice. Is this just the notice that we will be considering the final action at the next meeting?
Yes, this is pursuant to Education Code Article 17556. And
its property to other county and or state agencies for the purposes of allowing those entities to either build roads, or to have access to other district properties for utilities purposes. So under the code, the board may proceed to allow that access, as well as dedicating fee where necessary to allow for public entities to undertake construction and improvements in areas surrounding school districts property. It is a two-step process. The first step process is a notice of intent to dedicate. This is not an actual resolution dedicating property, but rather it allows us to provide notice to the public, and there subsequently at the next meeting there would be a hearing, or actually the board may consider the issue and actually go ahead and convey the property for dedication to in this case to the county of Contra Costa and to the city of Pleasant Hill property, so that they may construct a roadway that would allow access into the Pleasant Hill Middle School, which is where there is going to be a number. This is part of a project that involves a number of improvements in the area, including construction of a new roadway access to that property.
Thank you. I had questions whether it was a two-step process. So I vote aye.
And can we continue discussion first before we vote? Just one more thing. Could you explain, just for the purposes of the public, because they're seeing two very similar agenda items here, can you explain this one versus what we're going to be voting on next, and what the differences are there?
Yes, and so the roadway will be built in conjunction by both the city of Pleasant Hills and the county. Because of the time frame under which the project will be built, and different timelines by both the city and the county in terms of authorizing the project, this is essentially the same piece of property. There's only a small slight amount that is being dedicated to the county, so that the county can go ahead and do the process for its own improvements separate from the city. But this is less than approximately half an acre of property that would allow the county to build a roadway, which would now become an actual roadway as opposed to a private road as it currently exists, for the benefit not only of the school district, but also for the community as a whole, as well as for the neighborhood in that area.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? All right. With that, I'll begin the voting, starting with Ms. Mason.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Mayo.
Yes.
Ms. Durkee.
Yes.
Ms. Count.
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0. Okay. And so we will move along to item 10.2, which is the review and potential approval of resolutions 1920-50, notice of intent to dedicate in fee to City of Pleasant Hill for street purposes.
Mr. President, I move that the board approve the resolution 19/20-50, notice of intent to dedicate in a fee to City of Pleasant Hill for street purposes.
I'll second that.
Okay. Motion by Ms. Mayo, second by Ms. Mason. We'll take any comment or questions. Okay. I will start with Ms. Mason.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Mayo.
Yes.
Ms. Durkee.
Yes.
Ms. Count.
Yes.
And I also vote yes. Motion passes 5-0. And okay, we'll move along to item 11.1, the review and potential approval of the Director of Risk Management and Safety. I will turn it over to Dr. Martinez.
Yes, thank you. We do have a few positions of individuals who are continuing to work and provide service to the school district. One is a position that we actually have looked to redesign and redevelop for several months. And so we are making a recommendation that Herbert Lester be approved tonight as our Director of Risk Management and Safety. We believe that, again, this is a needed position within the structure of our district. We have many different components here overseeing our workers' compensation process, working to ensure interactive process for employees, working to support our safety plans for all of our schools, working in essence to ensure that we have many different safety components within place to support our district structure. So we're bringing this for you for confirmation tonight.
Okay, thank you. Do we have discussion, or would someone like to bring a motion? Question, before we bring the motion, I'll ask, are there questions or discussion?
I do have a question.
Yes, Ms. Cowan.
On the agenda item itself, I'm just noticing under fiscal impact, it's blank. Do we know, have we reported what the fiscal impact is to this position?
So there's no additional fiscal impact. We have had this position budgeted for within the structure of the district budgets. So in essence, this year, we have not expensed this full amount because we had an individual on short-term contracts for part of the original, as we started the school year, and now we have had an open position for several months. So it won't be the full component, of course, of a salary that was budgeted within our structure.
Okay.
And isn't this position now required by law based on legislation that was passed around safety?
Yes, that is part of the components and the overall need to have, again, somebody monitoring our school and safety plans. Yes.
Thank you. I would move that the board approve the appointment of Herbert Lester as Director of Risk Management and Safety. Second.
Motion by Ms. Mayo, second by Ms. Durkee. I'll start the vote with Ms. Cowan.
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
And I also vote yes. Motion passes 5-0.
He's not here, right?
Hopefully he's watching at home. Welcome. We're thankful to have you aboard. And so we'll move along to item 11.2, review and potential approval of the appointment of the accounting supervisor. Dr. Martinez.
Yes, thank you very much. Again, at this point, we're bringing forward the name of Aaron Hill. Aaron has been one of our employees within our fiscal services department. He's kind of rose up through the ranks, if you will, of working in our CARES program as a fiscal analyst, accounts receivable as a fiscal analyst, as a fiscal analyst too within our budget department. Again, he is bringing really kind of that new skilled energy to our fiscal department. We really believe that Aaron is going to grow into a tremendous leader in supporting us in the way of efficiencies and effectiveness within our fiscal department. So we're really thrilled to have Aaron be promoted into this position.
Mr. President, I move that we approve the appointment of Aaron Hill to accounting supervisor.
I'll second that.
Okay. Motion by Ms. Cowan, second by Ms. Mason. I'll start the voting with Ms. Mason.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Mayo,
Yes.
Ms. Durkee,
Yes.
and Ms. Cowan.
Yes.
I also vote yes. Motion passes 5-0. And I managed to get my iPad back from my daughter, so now I have a second screen to work off of. And so with that, we'll move along to item 11.3, review and potential approval of the appointment of the human resources analyst.
Yes, within our structures of human resources, in addition to our fiscal services, we have a lot that takes place in the sense of working with all of our employees, even in this area of pandemic right now. Anna Ditto has been one of our senior account clerks in our payroll department, working with human resources for a number of years now. And again, her skills are such that we believe she'll be a great asset to our human resources department as an analyst in a confidential capacity, working to, again, support us as we move into a new future for human resources. So we're thrilled to have Anna join us in the human resources as we transition the department.
Okay. And do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion. Mr. President, I move the appointment of Anna Ditto for Human Resources Analyst.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Ms. Durkee, second by Ms. Cowan. I'll start the voting with Ms. Durkee,
Yes.
Ms. Count,
Yes.
Ms. Mayo. Ms. Mayo?
And you're not.
Mayo. Okay.
We can't hear.
Well, can we take a thumbs up, Ms. Mayo?
Yes, I vote yes.
Okay, there we go. Vote yes by Ms. Mayo and Ms. Mason.
Yes.
Okay, I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0. And we will now move to item 11.4, the review and potential approval of the appointment of the Human Resources Specialist.
Yes, thank you.
Dr. Martin.
Yes, we're bringing forward Jill Nipstein to this position. Jill has actually been substituting within the school district, working to support our workers' comp department and moving forward with a number of different things. She's bringing a great deal of skill from the retirement world. She was a retirement plan consultant, customer service representative, pension administrator assistant. She has strong verbal communication skills, very self-motivated. And again, while we've been trying to find the place for her and this opportunity arose, we really think that she'll be a tremendous asset to our human resources department in the sense of working in the business world and putting that business world into our public education system. So we're really thrilled to have Jill join us in this capacity.
Okay.
So the docket has two names. We're going to do them separately though, right? Yeah. Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
And do we have...
Mr. President, I move that we approve Jill Nipstein to the Human Resource Specialist confidential position.
Second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Count, second by Ms. Mayo. I'll start the voting with Ms. Mayo.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Count,
Yes.
Ms. Durkee,
Yes.
Ms. Mason.
Yes.
I also vote yes. That part passes 5-0. And then we have a second candidate as well, Dr. Martinez.
Yes, thank you. Renee Rogers has actually been subbing in our district for quite some time in the Human Resources Department. And again, in this last go-round of process, we were kind of astounded a little bit and, well, why have we not hired Renee sooner than this? Again, brings a number of different qualities to our district, had worked in special education at one time before, and again, in the business world, was a home daycare provider, running her own business. So again, very detail-oriented individual that we believe is very customer service and is going to help us ascend our human resources department. So we're thrilled to have Renee Rogers join us as well.
Okay, and do we have a motion on Renee Rogers?
Mr. President, I move that the appointment of Renee Rogers for Human Resource Specialist.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Ms. Durkee, second by Ms. Mason. Ms. Mason, we'll start the voting with you, please.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Mayo,
Yes.
Ms. Durkee,
Yes.
and Ms. Count.
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item passes, both candidates pass 5-0. Welcome to MDUSD. And with that, we'll move to item 11.5, review and potential approval of the appointment of the Interim Director of Human Resources. Dr. Martinez?
Yes, thank you. As again, we've already just approved several positions within the Human Resources Department. What's not lost upon us is that we have had some open positions within the structure of human resources, and we need, quite frankly, a level of expertise within the department that is going to help us ascend to a new level. At the current time, we believe it's important to bring in somebody of Dr. Gardner's caliber to support us in a transition for human resources. Dr. Gardner is well skilled in the process of labor negotiations, of mitigating employee discipline issues, if you will, and or evaluating in handling circumstances regarding potential layoffs and the detail that goes into that process. He has been supporting us in the process as we've advanced through the human resources changes. What we anticipate is that going into next year, we will have a different structure. Dr. Gardner is a retired individual, and he does have earnings limits, quite frankly. And so we've taken those into consideration in the structure of this temporary contract. I do believe that it is going to be important for us to maintain a level of consistency as we conclude this year and get into next year in the structure of this department. So again, I do bring this forward with the hopes that we're able to add him as a temporary employee in this capacity to support the district in our transitions.
Okay. Prior to a motion, I have at least one question, but I'll ask other board members, do they have questions? Is there discussion? Okay, so my question is just, so I see within the contract there's the ability to terminate the agreement with 30 days advance written notice. Do we foresee that Dr. Gardner would be there through December 31st? What is the likelihood we could have a permanent person in that spot before December? Can you play that out for us a little bit, please?
Yes, again, later in the evening, there are some job descriptions that look to a redesign of the Human Resources Department. We anticipate going out for a position of an assistant superintendent who, again, would be selected. We hope to start July 1st. That would be the design. Right now, we believe getting that position filled first. As we transition into a second person, we would only have two then administrators, a director of human resources who is skilled in both the certificated and classified areas altogether. And so as we then look to have that position filled, again, we have the ability to then release Dr. Gardner, no ill will, but in essence enact a transition where if we're bringing somebody else on, the goal is to have two people in there, an assistant superintendent of human resources and a director of human resources.
Okay. Do other board members have questions or comments?
I think one thing that we've been hearing a bit is that not everyone's necessarily been involved in some of the quick decisions that have been happening to date. Do you foresee that as things move forward, that Mr. Gardner would be skilled at communicating with the various bargaining groups and even parent and committees in some of the decisions that are coming up?
Yes, absolutely. Again, we were able to provide, and I know the technology wasn't the best, but in the way of some of his expertise. Again, historically, Dr. Gardner has been in positions of superintendent, deputy superintendent, human resources official for a number of different districts in his strong career. And so he does have those communication skills of being able to interact and engage with employee groups and with parents with ease. So I do anticipate, again, those are going to be significant benefits to us going forward.
Okay. And my question would just be, would it make sense to do a shorter, partly Dr. Martinez, but also to the board, would it make any sense to do a shorter contract, such as June 30th and reassess at that point? Or do we feel there's a necessity to go through December 31st?
At the present time, again, given all of the different things that we're dealing with, and again, some transitions within our department, I believe this offers us the consistency from one school year to the next. Again, with the flexibility that should we find people who will be in both of those positions, we'll be able to have that appropriate transition. It won't cost us a lot more in the future, but it does provide us that consistent level of structure through at least December should the need arise.
Okay.
So when you said both of those positions, can you just repeat what those positions are? Because I think the general public who might be watching is trying to figure out what the reorg looks like here.
So again, right now, we do have an executive director in charge of human resources. We have a assistant director focused on classified personnel. That's the structure right now. Just to, again, some specific circumstances, we felt that we needed to have some additional support. Hence, Dr. Gardner was brought in on a shorter term contract to help us in a temporary capacity. What I'm doing at this point is recommending that we continue Dr. Gardner's employment on a daily scale, and I will be working with him directly identifying those days that we need to start effective immediately continuing the work, because again, his previous temporary contract is in essence over. So we want to continue his work that he's started for us and make use of the benefit of some of his time and skill. The other thing that he'll be able to do is help us in the recruitment and process of looking for an assistant superintendent rather than using other funds to hire an outside consultant agency. He's well skilled in being able to do that. So that will be one of the first challenges, or in addition to a few other things, working to help us transcend and identify somebody to start in July, while at the same time now serving in the capacity as the director position that will next officially, if you will, come into play in July as we transition from the 2 current positions to the 2 new positions. So in July, we hope to have, again, 2 people in charge of human resources, which is what we have now, but they will be in varying now different capacities with the skill sets that we're looking for to help move the department. Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
Now, clarifying again, so if we get these other 2 people in July, then we would sever the contract with Dr. Gardner.
Right, we would have in essence time to identify, so the idea is that we don't have 3 people in human resources. Well, we may have a few days of transition, I will give you that, but that contract does not have to go through December if we identify the people who will be taking over the department.
And what was his current contract that just expired?
It was in essence a 20-day limited contract.
On a daily pay, is that what you said?
At the same rate of pay as this contract is right now.
Okay, great.
This is
Yes,
This is
Ms.
Linda. I did hear Mr. Lawrence's desire perhaps to shorten the contract. I would offer that if we were to shorten the contract, that we consider it running through at least September 30th, because we don't know what's going to happen within June, July, and August. We need someone with expertise, if we don't have the positions filled, to step in and assure that we're starting school according to our needs with the enrollment that we have. And then also that provides the continuity for someone to come on. So I wouldn't support anything shorter than September 30th at this time, recognizing that the contract can be ended with a 30-day notice.
And that largely addressed my concern, was the 30-day notice. I want to call that out. So thank you, Ms.
Okay, all right.
I was just going to say, I mean, the flip side of that is this is someone who's providing a really important service, has a great, has the skill set that we need. And if we shorten the contract and we find out we really need him to stay, he may not be available.
Correct. Okay. With that, any other comments or questions? Otherwise, I will go ahead and entertain a motion on this item. Okay.
What's Dr. Gardner's first name? I don't have it in front of me.
Michael Gardner.
Michael.
Okay.
Thank you. So I will make a motion to approve the appointment of Dr. Michael Gardner as interim director of human resources.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I think that was Linda.
Linda with a second. Okay. Ms. Mayo with a second. With that, I will go ahead and take the vote. I will start, Ms. Durkee, with you.
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Counts?
Yes.
And Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Okay, I also vote yes. That passes 5-0. I'm going to attempt to take a moment here and see if we can successfully listen to public comment, which, yeah. All right, so item 8.1. The public may address the board regarding any item within the jurisdiction of the Board of Education. The presentations are limited to 3 minutes. If there are multiple speakers on one subject, the public comment may be moved to the end of the meeting. Speakers are not allowed to yield their time, which won't be a problem in this instance. I know some of the folks I had asked if they would list the agenda item that they are speaking on, but I'm going to, under the extraordinary circumstances, I'm going to head and just, if I can get them to play successfully, go ahead and do them all at the same time here. So I will go ahead with the first one. Maybe I can get a thumbs up from a board member if they're able to hear it correctly. So let's.
I'm the Community Advisory Committee Chair. I'd like to speak under 9.1. Superintendent Martinez, Board President Lawrence, and board members and audience. The CAC has some questions about the agenda for tomorrow. We would like clarification for 18.23. We also would like to see the reorganization chart. We cannot advise you on any changes or concerns we might have without it. We, as well as the entire MUSD community, would like to have transparency. Reading through the job descriptions throughout the agenda does not make sense. The job descriptions and who they report to do not make sense. If it needs to be changed to assistant superintendent, and we feel it needs to be changed to assistant superintendent of special education and pupil services. Special ed should not be overseen by anyone who is not qualified to assess special ed. Since our district is its own CELPA, it is necessary for special ed to be an assistant superintendent position. It is a huge responsibility, and it is as, if not more important, to our students. If you go back to when we did have an assistant superintendent for special ed and pupil services, that organization chart would make sense. The director of pupil services and the assistant superintendent of special ed work very well together under the same umbrella. But with that said, having it just be an executive director of pupil services we do not feel it would be sufficient, and it should have special ed be a part of the title, not just pupil services. We have a lot of concerns about doing this during a time when everybody has their eyes turned to a different direction, and we want to make sure that we are clear that we need transparency for all, and we don't want to fracture our district any more than it already is. Please take these considerations and have a good night, and thank you for listening.
Were board members able to hear that?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I'll move to the next one. Trying to move to the next one. All right, we'll try to come back to that one.
Good evening, members of the board of the Mount Diablo School Board. I'm sorry I cannot be here to communicate in person. I'm speaking on agenda item 8.1, public comment. My name is Mary Gray, and I would like to speak on behalf of the board members of the MDUSD Education Foundation. We are pleased to be partnering with the Mount Diablo District to help close the digital divide and to help provide technology for students who do not have access to remote learning at this time. We launched the Coronavirus Remote Learning Fund approximately 1 week ago and are excited to share with you that we have raised so far over $17,000. This money will be used to fund Chromebooks, hotspots, and related technology for those students who are not yet connected to their teachers in their classrooms by way of technology. We look forward to our continued partnership, and I'd like to thank you very much for everything you are doing for our students and teachers at this time.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Karen DeLong, and I'm calling regarding the possible elimination of technology positions at MDUSD. Specifically for Bridget Hopkins. Bridget is a friend of mine, but I'm also a parent of 2 children in Mount Diablo Unified School District, and I know firsthand how tirelessly she has worked the last few weeks, especially with the virus issues, to facilitate tech support for these kids who are all now being asked to work from home, and to the parents who have never been in a situation like this. Bridget is an invaluable asset to this district, and to let her go would be a crime. It would be a crime. She took the current position that she is in currently as a promotion, and to punish her for getting promoted by firing her would be terrible. She takes her time. She's technologically advanced. She has more compassion and care for the parents and the students than I would say probably anybody else in a tech position like this. And to eliminate this position when there are open positions that could be canceled, or when there are people that are not doing the kind of job that Bridget is doing, that would just be a shame. There have got to be other ways to make these positions affordable, especially when we are looking at more months of needing the tech support and needing every position that we could possibly have. To have somebody with Bridget's experience and Bridget's compassion in this position, and to eliminate her, it's stupidity. That would just be complete stupidity. And I beg you not to do this for the sake of money. There are so many other things that could be cut right now. There are janitorial positions that are not needed. Nobody's flushing the toilets. They don't need to be cleaned right now. There are things that could be eliminated in the short term because of the COVID epidemic that would allow her position to be maintained. You've got to consider other options, and please do not eliminate her position. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Mr. President, are we able to ask, I know we can't ask the person who is speaking a question, but can we ask a question related to that comment?
I would suggest that, since we actually have that as a item number, that we would ask it there.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, and of course, I know I have several others. I'm trying to get them to pull up. Let me see if we can get this one to play.
I'm just calling about item 18.2. I'm firmly against it. I think we need custodians in our schools, especially now. Continuing for cleaning. Thank you.
I apologize, so that one's not on speaker, but it was on item 18.2, stating that firmly believing we need custodians. And then this one is from Deb Hickey.
Brian, we heard it.
Okay.
Lauren, this is Debbie Hickey. I am calling in regards to items 18.14 through 18.28. These items are on the board as a potential hiring or redirecting. These are your classified and your certificated budgeted employees, which are higher paid employees at the district office. And I believe at the last board meeting, you asked them to eliminate some of these positions. Elimination has not occurred. They have just reclassified these positions. So therefore, you're now hiring or reclassifying positions while you're cutting on 18.2. Please justify that for me. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
I apologize, I couldn't hear all of that, so I would appreciate your bringing it up as we come to that agenda item.
I'm sorry, Linda, could you repeat that, please?
I said I couldn't hear all of that because my computer audio was glitching out. If you
Okay.
would, one of you would bring it up as we approach that agenda item, I would appreciate it.
And so I think the concern was around some of the items that are being brought forward as part of the redesign, and in light of cuts to classified employees, and then potentially appointing or creating positions that would potentially be higher paid was the gist of it from Ms. Hickey. And then we have a last one from Annie Nolan.
Uh, 18.7, approval of Destiny Library Manager. What is Destiny Library? This is Annie. Thank you, CSCA.
Okay, so that was from Annie Nolan regarding item 18.7, asking what is Destiny Library. So that is it now for public comment, and again, we will aim to come up with a better process for that in future meetings. We will now move to item 12.1, which is the update on distance learning from the superintendent, as well as Director of Instructional Support, Jennifer Sachs. I will turn it over to Dr. Martinez and Ms. Sachs.
Yes, thank you, everybody. What we're going to try and provide for you is kind of an overview of, again, our distance learning as an update. Anybody could tell you in the state of California that they were just able to flip a switch and turn it on and everything was going to work magically for all of our students, but that would not be accurate. Through the process of, again, changing a scope of educators, seeing children every day with all of the support staff in place, including our Teamsters who are in charge of keeping the facilities clean and upkept, our clerical staff who is there to greet and support and move the paper products, and again, our teachers and our educational support staff doing the things that we normally do in a day's time, our administrators greeting everybody in the morning and spending the time connecting. That is not occurring right now. We have all been, in essence, moved into a different level of learning. And again, different names, but really this is what our process is for distance learning. Next slide, if we could. So we'll have somebody kind of manning the slides as we go through the process, and hopefully they can change that. So one of the big things that we wanted to not belabor but speak to is that we are not in this alone, of course. This is not just a Mount Diablo Unified School District issue. This is a state of California, a national issue, and especially as it relates to educating our students. Prior to making any formal decisions about our district specifically, we have worked to fully understand the information and guidance coming from the governor's office, coming from the California Department of Education, coming from our Contra Costa County Office of Education, coming from the State Board of Education, coming from the State Superintendent of Public Instruction's office. And I'll have to tell you, there is a lot of information because everybody's trying to help. Everybody has a webinar, everybody has guidance. And what we've tried to do is try to understand that information and how it directly impacts our Mount Diablo Unified School District students and the rest of our employees and community. The other pieces of information that we've been watching meticulously have to do with the federal guidance, our Individuals with Disabilities Education Act that directs all of our federal services for special education. These are some of our most fragile students with some of the most significant levels of needs, who have some of the most strategic and well-designed education that comes to them through a variety of methods. And all of that has had to stop. And so looking to have some federal guidance on what is it that we can do going forward that will meet the requirements that are still in place. The requirements for special education services are still in place at the federal level and, quite frankly, at the state level. And we're working with those agencies to determine what we can do also under these parameters of shelter in place and stay at home. So that's another piece. Our facilities and operations, again, the primary focus that we've had is in meeting the food insecurities of our students. Our food and nutrition department has been astounding in the work that they've been able to accomplish on behalf of our students. They've served over, I think it's now 44,000 meals just within these 14 days of no school that we've had. Incredible. And we're now looking to determine what our facilities needs are. A week ago or so, our board actually approved an emergency resolution allowing some of our work to continue at our school sites and for our district, trying to make sure that we don't get behind in some of our construction projects that we needed to identify as being essential. We have had several townhomes. I've called them townhomes. I know it hasn't been actually interactive with hundreds of people, but we wanted to get information out there about what our first 13 days with no students look like. We also have then tried to share information about supports to our community in both English and Spanish, and get information out to everybody about getting devices into your homes if you do not have those for your children. The distance learning has so many layers that we're looking at. Again, it's not as easy as just flipping a switch and turning it on. We've had to work to determine the things that we can do. And we are still a business operation as well, who's been deemed by the state to have essential services. And yet, as I get back to my first point, most of our services come when we're in a classroom, working with children in small groups, working with them in a playground, working with them all over the school campus. And we can't do that. So we've all been pushed into what this new way of connecting, engaging, and supporting is for our students, and we're calling it distance learning. I'm going to have, again, our Executive Director of Instructional Supports start to walk us through a little bit of this history for the redesign of our educational landscape. So we can go to the next page, and I'll have, again, Jennifer Sachs begin to speak to you.
And Dr. Martinez, thank you for that. Can I check? I don't know. I think, Austin, a question for you. I'm receiving information that the slideshow is not currently showing up. Instead, it's just, unfortunately, just frozen stills of our faces. So can we make sure that the screen is displaying? I'm seeing the screen share, but for some reason that may not be coming through. So if we could check on that.
I'm seeing the screen share as well. This is Charisse.
I'm seeing it as well. I'm seeing it as well on my end.
Okay, so I don't know if it's not translating through to Vimeo, but okay, thank you.
Austin is commenting that he is working on that from his end, see if he can, again, reload or whatever they're doing the magic.
Okay, thank you. And I think we should probably keep going, but just hopefully we'll get that cleared up. And then these are posted, attached to the agenda, correct? So we're now on the redesigning the educational landscape slide, if anyone wants to view it that way.
And go ahead, Jennifer. Oh, we're not hearing you. Jen? Not hearing your voice.
You have to unmute it.
Doesn't say she's muted on my end.
How about that?
Yes.
Okay, much better. Thank you, Josh. So good evening, everyone. The title of this slide is actually very, very accurate, that we were needing to redesign the educational landscape when the pandemic kind of landed on our heads very, very quickly. And we wanted to take you through just a little bit of a time lapse of when this all started. So as we took a look at March 16th, that's really when life changed for our students, for our families, for our staff. It was actually the Friday before that, on March 13th, where we got the word that, you know what, we were going to shelter in place. We could not have our professional development even on that Monday to prepare. So immediately, I have to really give huge compliments to the teachers on special assignment, the TOSAs that were preparing for our PD Day on the 16th, pulled it together and really started to collect content and resources, as well as our principals and our community members. They really started to share. So immediately, as we were pulling together resources for our families, not really knowing how long this was going to be, our food service department was deployed, and they started to pull together community lunches and community meals, which began March 18th. And of course, we started meeting and talking with our bargaining groups, because we realized this was something that was extremely serious, impacted working conditions, and so we started those conversations. It was that same week that the decision was made to close school until April 13th. So then that was after phase one. We ended up in phase two, where we realized we really did need to get devices out to more families. We needed to make sure our resources were a little bit more structured and a little bit more, outlined. So we started to take a look at that. Our food service continued. And then our school support and operations staff really started to pull together to say, this is going to be a while. What are we going to do? What are our roles in this new environment? And then very quickly, the decision was made at the state level that we were going to continue our closure through May 4th. So May 30th, we continue to kind of take it to the next level, which is, we're going to be out longer. So what do our teachers, our administrators, our family, our students, our support staff, what do we need in order to provide more virtual direct instruction? So we really started to pull together very explicit distance learning plans, encourage people to use the online platform, continue to communicate with our families about how they could access devices, and really started to talk through all of our roles in making sure that our families and students were feeling supported and engaged. Very soon after we launched all of this, school closure then extended through June 3rd, which I know is a huge disappointment to our community. So we had a spring break, which I'm sure a lot of people, I'm not sure if they actually continue to be in their sweats and their jammies, or whether or not they decided to dress up during the break a bit, but they did have a break, a much well-deserved spring break, in order to recalibrate, to think about what is this next learning cycle going to be. So April 13th was just, to today, and we pushed out, again, more information about how do we provide virtual instruction. We continue to recommend about how to access devices. Our food service program has been modified to about 3 times a week. And really, the phase 2 of instruction, we're working collaboratively with our Mount Diablo Teachers Association, as well as our other union groups, to determine how do our jobs look for these next 35 days between now and June 3rd. Next slide, Austin, please. So the next steps, April 13th and beyond, we're really taking a look at a variety of different areas.
I think we've lost audio for, yeah.
Better?
Yes, you're back.
You're in? Okay. We continue to work with our technology staff, as well as school principals, to ensure that any parent or family that requests devices, we help to hook them up virtually, as well as the connectivity with regards to Wi-Fi options in our community. Direct virtual instruction, we'll talk a little bit more about. With regards to grading and assessments, you actually have some changes to board policy coming up later on the agenda. I believe it's 18.13, where we really kind of take advantage of the direction from the California Department of Ed, the colleges around us, as well as really what's going on nationally, with regards to how to hold our students harmless in this situation. And then also we're having to really redesign what extended learning looks like. Extended learning beyond the classroom, but also through the summer. We've received additional guidance on that. Next slide, Austin. So with regards to virtual direct instruction, as I said, this has very much been a journey for us. Originally, it was get content out as quickly as possible, and then it was get devices out as quickly as possible, and then it was how do we create structured plans for our families to follow as they're home with their students, or for the students to follow if they're of that age so they can maintain their learning. So now we're really talking about how do we provide instruction on the essentials of the essentials. So really identifying new content, our teachers figuring out and working through different platforms to actually provide direct instruction to students. It might be using Zoom, it might be using online videos, tutorials, it could be students submitting work. But through all of this, the classroom instructors and support staff are providing feedback and really working with our students and our families. We are not expecting that our parents are going to be the ones to provide this virtual direct instruction. We do really appreciate what they're doing with regards to providing the support and reaching out to their classroom teachers and their support staff or the case managers in the event that the content is some which is confusing or if they need support in any way. Next slide, Austin. Thank you. So these are different types of resources we wanted to provide a visual to you as well as the community. Each week we are pushing out information to our principals and to our teacher groups that really provides kind of one-stop shop and very easy to utilize and digest resources. So you've got a couple here for your review. We always try to have dual language resources as well as ways that our students can access translated materials. We have our special education department. There's an example there of what they're pushing out to their teams, as well as the bottom corner, which talks about virtual instruction for the Mount Diablo Unified School District teachers. And some of these links will take you to actual examples of what our teachers are doing and what our schools are doing in order to engage families. So we just wanted you to see some of the communication that's going out. Next slide, Austin. Thank you. So moving into the world of grading and assessment during distance learning. Well, this is not normal, really, distance learning. This is drop everything, redesign the world over a weekend kind of distance learning. So as the California Department of Education and the state moved forward with trying to pull together guidance on this topic, they did allow flexibilities for districts and county offices. Really what they said is, you know what, if you continue with grading, these are really important questions you need to ask yourselves about equity and access and opportunity during a situation of a pandemic. When it came to the university and college guidance, they very quickly, and we did appreciate their movement on this, they did not want any student, especially the graduating seniors, to be harmed by the situation that was none of their doing. So they really took a look and wanted to move forward with a credit, no credit option, which would not harm the students during the spring semester as they entered college. We've been working, not only Dr. Martinez, but the rest of us, we've really been trying to hold hands with all of our neighboring districts to make sure that we were providing aligned guidance when it came to grading and assessment. And lastly, we've been working with our administrators, our elementary office, our middle school and high school principals, in order to determine what would be best practices and what would the details be around engaging with, at the elementary level, and I'll talk a little bit more about this at a future slide, a not assessed rating, or at the secondary level, a credit, no credit mark. Slide.
Jen, I think you're going to have questions about that. Would you like us to wait?
So we're trying to really pull apart and differentiate between grading and assessment and feedback. Teachers and support staff continue to provide assessment and feedback on the work that's submitted. They're monitoring student growth. They're taking a look at the work that's being, as I mentioned, submitted to their teachers. They're not utilizing grades. They're really supporting students as they're focusing on the learning, not necessarily a performance mark. We are really wanting folks to engage with the students as much as possible, making sure they understand about putting forth that effort as much as they can in this very challenging situation, because they're going to be earning credit, they're going to be earning recognition as they're submitting work and engaging. And again, that bottom red, kind of bold statement is we don't want to have any student not be connecting with our schools, with their teacher, and with the educational environment that we're providing.
Jen, I think you're going to have some questions. Would you like them now or on a later slide? How would you like to do that?
Next slide, please. Thank you. So why credit, no credit? When we're taking a look at those reasons why, I think the first one is really important about the stress related to COVID-19 and how that would negatively impact student academic performance. Many of our students and even our staff members may know someone that's fighting this virus. The economic stress this has provided to families and caused families is immense. And then there's also this lack of mental health support that unfortunately is not easily accessible through this process.
I don't know if you can hear me.
Taking a look at that second one, the academic performance during closure is most likely to affect racial, economic, and resource differences. Their engagement can really depend on the home economics. Families may not have consistent access to Wi-Fi or technology. Parent support definitely is going to differ depending on the work situation. And then also the academic results, more than ever, are really going to mirror what's happening in the home and parents' access to provide that level of academic and social emotional support. What I'll do is let me go through number 3 and then I'll pause in case there are questions. Last one, our teachers have been asked to provide a high quality instruction remotely. And you know what? They did this with very minimal notice, very minimal training. And most of them have just been pulling bits and pieces together from the resources we provide or others provided. But really, we do not have the time to craft or to really put out a very clearly structured and articulate and designed pedagogical push in order to just launch distance learning in a very, very impactful way. So everyone has done absolutely as much as they could with the notice they received and the resources available. And all the work done has been absolutely amazing. But we do know it's been a huge ask. So I'll pause.
Great. I think we have several questions from board members. Jen, are you able to hear the questions? You are. Okay. Board members, do we have questions? Well, I'll start.
Go ahead.
So, one, could you take a moment to explain kind of where, since not everyone may be aware of where we were in the grading cycle and what that meant for grades that had been earned. Could you quickly recap that, please? Jen, we can't hear you.
Okay, there's 2 different volumes on this, so I'm having to talk back and forth. So as luck would have it, in a weird way, we were actually starting the 3rd trimester and we were around the ending or beginning of the 3rd trimester and the end of the 3rd quarter. So those grades that were submitted in those rubric scores for, let's say, the elementary, all of those are going to stand. And from this point forward is where we're looking at the elementary level. There is a mark that is on the report card right now that's always available to teachers called NA, which is not assessed. So that will be there. With regards to the 4th quarter for secondary, that is where we are looking to use either credit or no credit. And as you'll see in the board policy coming up on 18.13, this does not impact anybody's GPA. So the GPA that the student was earning all through the fall semester, and then the accolades the student was getting through that 3rd quarter, all of that will stay and be recognized within the ARIES system, within the GPA. But as we move forward into the spring semester, that's where we're going to have a significant change with the credit, no credit.
Okay. And so that, I guess another option that other districts have looked at is carrying for secondary. I think what you described for elementary certainly makes sense. For secondary, that in some instances they're keeping the grades from third quarter, but giving a do no harm type policy where students can only improve the grades. Is that something we considered, or can you share the pros and cons of that possible approach versus the credit, no credit, as you've described?
The third trimester report card is not, I'm sorry, the third quarter report card. That is something that at the end of the year is definitely going to be part of a matrix of indicators that's going to be utilized in order to determine how best to move forward. The decision and the discussion around utilizing that third quarter grade as the actual grade, it got a bit complicated with folks that really felt as if we've got a large number of students that last quarter who really tried to pull out all the stops and then improve that grade, and not having a full 25% of the school year being recognized with regards to achievement and effort, that we felt that it would make more sense to actually follow the direction of the UC CSU group, as well as the other districts in our area. Some of them are high school districts, some of them are unified, in order to really hold the students harmless in a different way. And that was to recognize that third quarter grade and then move forward. Part of what we are working with our Mount Diablo Teachers Association, Educators Association on, is to take a look at any student that really feels like they would want to improve that third quarter grade, allowing them the opportunity to retest or resubmit work, and they would be working with their teacher. The original MOU that we had with Medea, that was something that was written in, and we are recommending that we continue with that with our new updated letter.
The thing, I just want to make sure and comment on this. We know that there are some students, parents, process who would believe I will do everything my teacher gives me as an assignment and get a continuous A+, and I want to have that A on my final record for the semester grade. What we've also worked on is that the UCs and state schools have in essence said that we're not going to look at those letter grades. We're going to accept the previous mark. We're going to look at the credit that's earned, and we're going to continue to have students accepted into colleges. And again, what we also need to be concerned about, which has been out there in the public, is that if we continue to have some grades affixed for some students, there's a significant level of equity issue that we can't be sure that every one of our children who are assigned to every one of these classes really has had access to the instruction, the guidance, the device, the technology at a similar vein, and can we actually be sure of who's accomplished the work is another layer here in this process of online school. So again, as we did examine potential for having some level of grades given, we do believe that in the most equitable process to hold students harmless, this credit, no credit for that final semester grade is really the best course of action.
Okay. And do we have stats on the students who we have not connected with as a percentage? And I'm sure it varies, and I think the underlying data across subgroups would certainly be informative. But is that something that we're tracking and able to share? Jen, we can't hear you.
You're muted.
Okay. Tonight, that's not a number we have at our fingertips, but what is happening right now, our administrators are absolutely working with their teachers to come up with that number. At one of our very large middle schools, they've actually identified less than 40 students that have not engaged as of last week, or actually the Thursday before spring break, with any type of online engagement or work submission. So we're getting to that granular level, President Lawrence, and we will have more information as we move forward into this week. Actually today, within the updates to the administrators and the Zoom calls with the administrators, they're sharing different ways to survey their teachers and to collect that data. So we will definitely have it in the future.
Okay. Thank you.
That was my question as well, President Lawrence, around the connecting with students, because that's something that we're hearing about statewide and nationally that is a challenge for all school districts is, what happens to those students who just haven't checked in at all, and how do we reach them? One thing that I saw I think it went out yesterday maybe from West Contra Costa School District was parent guides in English and Spanish that included all different ways to connect, and it also included a way for families to update their contact information. It looked to me like that could be an interesting model for us to look at, because parents, even family contact information may have changed. Some people are sheltering in place in a different place than they would have expected as well. And so I agree that data is going to be really important moving forward for us to really track how many students out of our total are we actually reaching.
So my ask would be that we have that information available.
Next slide.
Oh.
I have a couple of questions from the beginning.
Yep. Can we?
ARC.
Austin.
Oh, hang on. We lost Deborah. Deborah, can you try asking? No? I'm trying to. Deborah, can you try again? Can we, Austin, can we unmute Ms. Mason, please? Deborah, are you able to ask a question?
No.
Are folks able to hear me? Okay.
I'm able to hear you.
Okay, but we're trying to hear Deborah. Deborah, can you
hear me now?
There you go. There you are. Yeah, she can't hear us.
Okay. Yes, Deborah. Deborah, ask your question. I might resort to signs. All right. Well, we'll come back to Deborah's question. I'll message her and see if that works. But so Jen, how about if you? Actually, sorry. I'll take a moment.
Okay. So I alluded to this during the presentation that this is what we're looking at proposing for the elementary, third quarter, fourth quarter, and then end of semester. So with the elementary, already on the report card, on the standards-based report card, there is an option to give an NA, which means a standard is not assessed at that point in time. The third quarter, which takes us then into middle and high school, this is where we mentioned that third quarter grade could stand, or in the event that a student and a teacher would work together in order to improving that third quarter grade, that could be something where test corrections possibly, or work being resubmitted. And again, we are working with Medea on the details of that. Fourth quarter would be credit, no credit. But again, the message that we want to be very, very clear about with the community is that we are expecting students to engage and connect with their teacher, engage and connect with the content, submit work to the degree that they can, especially with all of the mitigating factors that are out there. And then the end of semester, looking at credit and no credit, and that it'll be issued based on work submitted as well as engagement, as well as taking a look at that third quarter grade. We have the secondary team working very closely with the principals and the school staff in order to clarify what those indicators really are going to be utilized. But again, that idea of holding harmless and not looking at, having students bear the brunt of a situation that they are not in control over, the pandemic, the economics, the stress, the fact we had to redesign our education overnight. This is something we need to be very, very reflective on and careful as we move forward to make sure that we've done no harm. Next slide. So we've really worked together as a Mount Diablo community as we've really tackled this challenge that no one has ever faced before. And so we felt like this slide was kind of a nice kind of summary of really what we're wanting to do moving forward. We've been doing it to this point, but we just want to do it better, deeper, be more supportive of one another to the degree we can. So students, we continue to want them to engage and reach out to their staff. Again, as I've said, your teachers are missing you terribly, so continue engaging with them. The families, we want them to continue to support their students, encouraging them to get on with their teachers, look at that work, and make sure that they're accessing their teachers, their case managers, support staff with questions. We have a lot of online resources, and thank you, Board Member Pound, for that reminder that on our website, there are a lot of resources in English as well as Spanish. And so we want folks to make sure they're always checking that underneath the parent portal. Teachers, they are working so hard providing distance learning instruction, holding virtual office hours, being as flexible as they can and answering those questions. And they're also logging to what we discussed, who's engaging with them, reaching out to counselors or support, staff, social workers, if indeed socio-emotional tools or resources are needed. So our support staff are huge, classified, certificated, everybody in this process. The school sites will continue to monitor distance learning instruction, virtual office hours held. They're going to continue to answer questions, make sure that families have access to devices, and they're going to keep their families updated. Things are changing every day almost. There is some type of press conference. There is some type of county superintendent's call. It's just constant. And so we want to make sure that our families get the most up-to-date information. As a district, we're going to continue to provide resources, training for staff in this unprecedented situation, working with our maintenance and operations team to keep our facilities secure and clean, host community meals, and then keep the community informed through board meetings, through fireside chats, through the superintendent's presentations. And lastly, just as a Mount Diablo community, we're going to stay safe, healthy by demonstrating physical distancing, not social distancing, because it's important we be there for one another, by sheltering in place and supporting one another through this process. Next slide, Austin, for Dr. Rob. Dr. Martinez, do you want to take this one, or would you like me to continue?
Sure. No, I'll go ahead and take it on. At this point, again, we know we can't answer every single question tonight. It would just be impossible with our 30,000 students, with the family questions that they have. But what our goal is to continue to push out information to inform our parents, our families, our students. And so we will be developing several additional, I'm not going to call them town halls, but we're going to have basically webinars of support for our seniors. We know that group of individuals is hurting because they're not getting the closure that they would otherwise be thinking about with, finals and graduations and ceremony and all the different things that go with that. And many of them are concerned about, well, what are my next steps? What does it actually mean to me? Is it a real graduation and graduation certificate? So we're designing, again, an opportunity just for them. And we'll have some information about getting questions from our seniors and their families. Again, our graduation requirements, what we've looked at is that our district graduation requirements do not need a dramatic level of change. We do have board policies for review later this evening that'll speak more so towards, again, the credits, no credits process. And what Jennifer's also been working on is we have more detail, if you will, that'll go to our educators in more guidance about what we actually mean as they go through the process of working with our students. Very difficult to put that information out here tonight, but again, that's partly what they can do as individual educators to support our students. The other component is looking at, again, if in fact our stay at home, our shelter in place is extended, we have to examine what our potential extended school year looks like, and really kind of redesigning that if we have students who are needing something special because of credit, no credit. We want to be responsive to their needs. Our special education students, as I said when we first started this, are some of our most fragile students in need. And it's really difficult to not hold school, and it's even more difficult to not be able to be there and provide the level of supports that our special education students need as well. So as we continue to get guidance from the state and the federal government, I know that our special education administrators are examining every piece that we get and working with our service providers from across the district, including those service providers that we contract with for specialized needs. So that whole process of what special education service will look like is going to be something that we're going to examine, and again, have a specialized event, if you will, to share information as we get better clarity from the different groups and agencies that we're working with. As far as this particular part of our presentation, again, we know it doesn't answer everything, and we know that each family is trying to mitigate the best they can. We've said this in different arenas, which I think is worth saying again here. There is no way to have parents who are also simply surviving at this point in time become the teachers at home. Many have taken it on with great, resilience. Many are trying their best, and yet we also want to make sure our parents know you've got to be a parent first. You've got to take care of the emotional health of your children. You've got to take care of the safety of your children. You've got to comfort and support them. Education is so important, but again, the overall health of our children, I'll say it, is the most important thing for them. The emotional health, the physical health. So we've said it time and time, give yourself some patience and grace. Hopefully you see that we've got plans to support. Some people may toss up a book with 25 extra things in it. It doesn't mean those 25 extra things are going to help your children get through this. Your calm, your resolve, your touching into the tangible things that are going to matter for your child at home are going to be the most important things. So trust yourself in that. And I'll turn it back over.
Do we have questions, comments from the board?
Is Ms. Mason available now?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, there we go. Did you, Ms. Mason, you had a question earlier. Do you still have it? Do you want to ask it?
I had just asked if the custodians and the landscapers were working first. And my other question was, with the lunch being 3 days a week now, were they just doubling up on the amount?
So the first question is, we do have some of our Teamsters working. We have not called back everybody at this point. We, in essence, are providing service to the locations where our essential staff are working, where the kitchens are being dirtied every day. They have to be cleaned. And so we're really targeting those areas of need. We have had all custodians that are responding to us come in for specialized training in the process of sanitation and cleaning in this environment. But again, with the extension of the shelter-in-place stay at home, we're working to start bringing more people back, especially if in fact we bring back some more workers in different locations. It's really kind of a process by which we are identifying the needs we have and then bringing people back. Similar for the landscape folks. Again, it hasn't been that everybody has just been out there working. We're trying to focus and stay within our process of sheltering in place. Part of what the emergency regulations called for when we did say we wanted to continue some construction is, again, maintaining that social distancing. Mm-hmm. So for every worker that we do call back in, again, there are some requirements that we have to have for that particular set of people. You asked about the food, and again, to clarify that, Yes, this week we have moved into 3 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. The design is that individuals who come for food can get food for the next day. There are some limits about the number of meals that we can provide, but the intent is that we don't want to have children have no food, but we also are trying to work within the resources that we have of getting food and being able to deliver it to our students. Some districts have reduced the number of places. Some districts are really starting to limit and pull back. Again, through the exceptional work of our food and nutrition department, the heroes that they are, we've been able to maintain, and that is our goal right now, of the 3 day a week process at the 9 locations.
Thank you.
I have a question, if I may.
Please, Ms.
So I know that there's a lot more to come in terms of special ed students and parents, but I'm wondering, Jennifer, if you have any, if you can tell us anything about how, some examples of how that's being addressed, just give us some ideas. That's fine. I have a second question, but I'll let you answer that one first.
Okay, as luck would have it, I have a special guest 6 feet away. Dr. Gilly is here, and so she can clarify a bit about how our case managers and our itinerant and support staff, how they're working with our students.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so what we're doing right now is...
Can't hear you.
Okay, what do I question?
It's okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, thank you.
All right, sorry, I came closer. I was hiding in the back.
Did Jennifer move away now? Did she move?
No, scoot away, Jennifer.
We spend a lot of time in the same room, to be honest. And so what is happening over in special education department is the special day class teachers are offering their own particular specialized academic instruction through the same sort of formats as the general education teachers, which will be their online video meetings, their Google Classrooms, their Zooms, those types of things. What they're also doing is they're consulting with their speech therapists and occupational therapists in order to sort of get input around that. It's very challenging, as you know, to offer speech therapy and occupational therapy through an online platform, just simply due to the need of the services. The resource teachers are not only providing direct support to the teachers, but they're also consulting with the general education teachers in order to provide modifications and those types of things. And then they're also continuing to offer to hold IEPs for families and complete triennial reviews where it is practicable. They're unable to complete assessments at this time simply because a requirement does involve classroom observations, those types of things. But anything they can do, they are in fact.
Okay, great, thank you. I just had a comment, if I can, but like it's just talking about the parents, and we have everything from parents who's like said, really basic survival mode, parents that have special ed students that are overwhelmed with what they do, and I think to Rob's point, to help people kind of put things in perspective. I'm wondering if there could be something we could put together to put out specifically for parents that really, talk about kind of like how to stay calm, not to be unrealistic. I've read a couple of articles, about that, and we have parent educators that know this stuff, and so it just might be, I think you have some stuff on the website, but I think something very targeted that people that are going to just have heart failure over this, whether it's third quarter, fourth quarter. We're in a pandemic. I mean, I think sometimes people forget just how horrific this is. And so I think, not to, what I'm saying? I think there's just going to be some stuff that we're really educating the parents or supporting the parents emotionally so that they can, in turn, support their children emotionally. There's an article that's going around. I honestly didn't read it completely, but it's a person who said, I know I should be grateful. I have a job. My husband has a job. I'm working from home. He's essential. We have 4 kids. I know I should be grateful. We're getting paid. But, it's like, I think the article is called The Parents Aren't Okay, based on that movie. So So it's just a thought, and maybe adult ed. I don't know if there's some, parent educators that could maybe write something up, or, just a real focus. This is also about the parents, and their struggles.
I think we appreciate that so much, Joanne. And I think we do have a number of layers of folks, our school psychologists, our counselors, our middle school folks. And so we'll work to craft some documents and some items of support out there and deliver it at a number of different levels. Really good point.
Yeah. Question?
Please, Ms. Mayo.
I appreciate the efforts made by food services in coordinating with our different agencies that are providing food in our communities. I know there are individuals from outside of the Mount Diablo School District that are enjoying the work of our school district staff. So I wanted to share that part and how important it is to provide that nutrition, and to also see the same faces at a location when they're picking up the meals. That face-to-face connection is important, and that smile. The other question I have is on how we are reaching out to our foster youth and our homeless youth. The foster youth hopefully are assigned a home to receive some services, but those families in particular may need support to help engage the foster youth that they are caring for. And then what are we doing to work with our community agencies in identifying families that may have homeless children? And are we seeing encampments, or are we seeing a reduction in that homeless number? Because I'm concerned about that particular group.
So I can share a little bit. We do have student services that has actually been reaching out to the school sites, specifically to ensure that the social workers are contacting homeless and foster students that were on their caseload prior to the closure starting. There are individuals that are, like I said, they're reaching out to them individually, one-on-one. They're helping to bridge any challenge having to do with technology, or whether or not they're needing to get some consumable items from the school site. So the Student Services Department, that is a main push of how they're providing support during this time. In addition, the school counselors have lists of students, and when the classroom teacher is unable to engage, or the site principal is unable to get in touch with somebody, the counselors are also deployed, as well as the community service individuals. And so, but I think traditionally, the homeless and foster youth staff and how talented they are and how connected they are to community resources, they have been deployed. And they're the ones that are really ensuring that all of the students that have been on that list that they connect with during the normal school year, they continue to do that outreach.
I have two questions. The first one is just, I've been asked by parents who we never know what challenges a teacher might be going through at home, and they might have their own challenges. So if a student isn't able to connect with their teacher, I've been giving the advice that the parent should reach out to the principal to check in that way. Is that correct? Great.
Yeah, correct.
And then I know we don't have great insight yet to what it's going to look like, but in regards to summer school, do we have a plan for online learning for summer school if needed, or how are we approaching summer school?
We are making the assumption right now that we're going to have to redesign it to be a distance learning model. Yep. We're actually having redesign conversations this week in order to determine what that looks like. We've got two different parts of the summer program. We have extended school year, which is our preschool, our little ones, all the way up through high school in our specialized extended school year settings. And then we have kind of the traditional credit recovery summer school. What's going to be important this year, of course, is the redesign with distance learning in mind, but also to really take a look at the prioritization of any senior that received a no credit. And then we would work our way down. Something else we're considering is possibly utilizing some sections at the high school in the fall. So the funding we were utilizing for summer school is one time. And if we are not going to be spending it for a robust summer program, or we have it at multiple sites, if there is a savings, might we be able to build sections into a high school schedule in order to ensure that we've got almost credit recovery plans for any student during the school year? Because that's something that we know. There's nothing that can replace that classroom teacher and that engagement, face to face and utilizing those materials. So we need to make sure we've got recovery plans in the works, not only through the summer, but also in the fall.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Welcome.
I have a few questions as well.
Yes, Ms.
Can
Cowell.
you hear me? Okay. So one is just wondering about what the timeline is here. I know everything's changing so quickly, but there's a lot of questions, that we're getting from parents or even from teachers at this point as to what the expectations are. So will we have a sort of FAQ format go out to the public, in English and Spanish, that answers a lot of the questions of things that we've been talking about today, whether it's the third quarter and fourth quarter grades, graduation, what distance learning is supposed to look like. What do you foresee as the timeline for when we will communicate that out to the public?
So again, a couple of things. One is we are continuing our work with our Medea group, our Mount Diablo Educators Association. We have some overall goals and expectations that, again, we've been sharing with the board tonight, awaiting, again, some of the approvals on our grading policies. We have some more detail that'll go out to the teachers tomorrow and our administrative team. So I'm hoping, again, as much as we can control anything, that within the next couple of days, more clarity will be in the teachers' hands, more clarity will be in the administrators' hands. And once we have those pieces in place, again, we're in a better able position by hopefully the end of the week to share with our parents, community, and students more specifically about what that all actually means as it unfolds. So that's kind of our, again, as much as things are compressed right now with timeline, that's our timeline for pushing out the academic information as it is to the different groups.
Okay, thank you. And then along those lines, I did hear you say with special education that they are already meeting. Our IEPs already happening. I know I've seen with some districts that they those were on hold for a point in time, and then they said starting April 20th, we'll start scheduling IEPs or something like that. And in the meantime, they were just doing pre-meetings, kind of check-ins. So are we already holding IEPs, or is there a date that they will begin?
The IEP meetings have already been held as of now. The first couple of weeks when we planned on being out for a couple of weeks, it didn't really make sense to try to hold them remotely. But now if you're going to be out for more than a couple of weeks, it doesn't make any sense because you'll have to be far behind when you come back in the fall. CalPADS has given us now guidance on delay codes. So they are accepting late IEPs, but practically speaking, it's better to move ahead and continue with the compliance if possible. The greatest extent practical is the worst case.
Thank you. That's great to hear that we're moving forward and reaching those families. Appreciate that.
Just a little bit more clarity. I don't know if you can hear me. Again, there's different types of IEPs, of course. Our annual reviews are, again, a review of goals for every particular child. And those are something that you really are measuring the success of the child on their goals in the process. That's different from a triennial evaluation, which is a more in-depth analysis every 3 years for some students. If, in fact, there's been a need for levels of assessment that cannot take place, that puts it a little bit more in a difficult situation of conducting a formalized, complete triennial evaluation. So those aren't necessarily happening depending on how much data we have that was completed for the assessment. Also, initial IEPs. So if somebody was just started in the process, but an evaluation is yet to be completed, I think Dr. Adili shared this earlier, you can't do that level of assessment through a teleprompt or through a television set or anything. You have to be in person to conduct those assessments. So I want everybody to feel that all IEPs are coming. We're really working on some of those annuals and working with the case manager with the parents for those that we can accomplish right now so that we can stay in our timelines.
So if someone's not in the system yet and they needed to get their initial IEP, then would that not happen until next school year? Is that what you're saying? Or that's just still being figured out how to do it?
That would be an initial IEP, and initial IEP requires an in-person evaluation, because not only do you have to do the evaluation, you also have to observe them, formally observe them using a protocol through the classroom setting, which would be impossible at the moment. Triennial reviews, there's a process which is already existing within the IDEA regarding a triennial review, using a review of existing records if that's appropriate. But as Dr. Martinez pointed out, not all of our triennial reviews can be done that way. Anything that requires the assessment and observation portion must be completed once full review.
And then one last question on special ed. I know that one resource traditionally for parents has been to reach out to members of the CAC committee. Have they been involved in the full design of remote learning, or will they be, to where they can be a resource to help share out the information that you are providing here?
I have not directly spoken to the community advisory committee meeting regarding that particular topic. Typically, instruction is not something they weigh in on as far as an advisory committee. They usually weigh in on things about programs or ongoing trainings or parent supports, compliance issues. But that's not to say that that's not something.
Right. I guess I'm thinking maybe more traditionally what they do in terms of if a parent is looking for support, did they have the information to be able to direct them to the right places at this point?
The resources are definitely available, and contact information for our community advisory members and also our resource parents is available.
Thank you.
One more question, for Jennifer. Is she still there? Oh, I'm sorry, I keep getting her. So I think you said that other school districts are looking at the same model for the credit, no credit. Is that true to like pretty much everybody around us? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, we've been doing a lot of sharing with documents with districts in East County. We've been looking at what Apolloni's and San Ramon have been sharing. It's to Dr. Martinez's point, there's quite a bit of information out there, and the way they're addressing specifically the secondary, more specifically the high school credit no credit recommendation by UC-CSU, and trying to align with that.
And so I'm pretty sure I understand this, but I just want to clarify that. So we're talking about to, pretty much on record, whenever the third quarter grades are, wherever that shows up on record is on record, will stay on record. But the fourth quarter will be a credit, no credit, and then therefore the semester would be a credit, no credit.
That is what we are recommending. And it's in a very, of course, this unique circumstance where we are putting that out there for, a state or federal emergency situation such as that. What we think we're also going to do is within ARIES and within the elementary report card, have a specific comment that will be added to it. So then anybody looking at that transcript from this point forward, it'll be very clear about the situation. And so that is something that I'm going to be looking for guidance from others in the county, because I think it's just, it just clears up any question with regards to that mark. So it's going to be something that I'm going to look to have it be something that's standardized on every report card to ensure that it's on record of why the credit, no credit was issued.
Okay, great, thank you.
You're welcome.
So one last question, I think. First of all, I just want to say thank you to all of you for all the hard work that you've done, and as essential staff yourselves. Along with the people that are out delivering the meals, there's also everyone in the district office that's been working like crazy on this and putting together so much. So I really appreciate you. I also really want to appreciate the efforts you've gone to communicate. I think the town hall that was translated, the last one especially, that was translated into Spanish and that talked about the partnerships that we have with organizations in the community. I thought that was really fantastic to be able to see. how we're, really reaching beyond even our traditional communication tools to reach people. So my question related to that is, can we, in a next step, go back to engaging some of our other committees? So I've mentioned the CAC before, but DLAC, the Equity Committee, it feels to me like there are people out there who would like to help and give feedback and help with the outreach. So is it possible, or is it in the plans to start doing some remote meetings, of DLAC or some of the committee groups like that?
So again, it is possible. It is just, again, having the time with a small skeleton crew available to organize that and structure that. It may be that we don't hold the same parameters for those meetings in the evening. So we'll look to connect with, again, our Parent Advisory Council, our DLAC group, our CAC, and really kind of work to design other ways to engage with, again, community members who do want to be involved. But yet, again, with this small team of individuals, we're also very cautious that we have to have people go home a little bit. So
ideally not from the office in the evening.
but yeah, we appreciate the feedback.
Great. Any other board comments or questions?
Thank you.
We covered a lot, so thank you. It is very much appreciated. So we will be moving on to board reports now.
Excuse me, Mr. Lawrence. Did we skip over 9, and do we just need to say, because I know that there are communications posted, I was able to read those, so just for the public to know.
Sure. So 9 district organizations. You actually heard, so I kind of looked, we heard from at least 2 from CAC as well as from Annie Nolan from CSEA. So I did put both of those as part of public comment. So we just blended them.
Right, and they're posted on that agenda item as 3 or 4 written comments from our different labor groups.
Yep. So
just to say that, so people know.
9.1, there is the statements that are attached as the PDF. So yes, thank you for that.
Okay.
Okay, and then, so I believe our next item then is moving to board reports, which Ms. Durkee, how about if we start with you?
Well,
the troublemaker, I made you go first.
I could turn the camera so you can see the rest of my living room and see what it looks like. But I just really want to say again, thanks to Dr. Martinez and all the staff. It's not funny, but I kind of laugh and thinking, who would have thought, right? That you took this position. It's like, this is what we'd be dealing with. I mean, all the things you've been dealing with. And so, it's a very dedicated staff. It's dealing with unprecedented. And so I just want to say thank you very much to everybody. I thank my fellow board members for all our, collaboration and thinking and grappling with these new issues, et cetera. And of course, teachers, everybody, it's just a whole new world. And so there's some stuff I personally just keep trying to look for silver linings, and I think there's some in my personal life that are happening. And I think, the whole distance learning is something we've always kind of said we should be doing more, and, we could do more, and we could, for some people it's really a good option, and well, now we're doing it, so you kind of get forced in it. So I think, from that standpoint, is this opportunity to develop some really, I have talked to a few teachers, and they're doing some amazing things, very creative. And so it's just, some people, it just comes a little easier. So people are doing some fun. And I think also the fact that everybody's so concerned about everybody else, concerned about the children, concerned about the parents, and et cetera. So that is the silver lining that, I think we don't know what's coming still. I think it's uncharted territory. We really don't know. You can spend all day listening to CNN, trying to predict what's going to happen and what should be happening. And that's a little crazy making, but we really don't know. And so I think we just have to stay the course. And I just am grateful for those who are willing to hang in there and show up and do the hard work. So, including all of you. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Durkee. Ms. Mayo? We need your sound. We're not able to hear you yet, Ms. Mayo.
Okay, I'm here now.
Okay.
I want to say, well spoken, Mrs. Durkee. You echoed many of my thoughts about all of our staff members and everyone who has put in so much time. And I want to just applaud parents for, stepping up to the plate and dealing with your children for all day long, 24/7. It's a new world for many of you, and it's exciting, and there are many rewards, but there are also moments when you just want to pull your hair out. I want us to think about the fact that we need to be forward thinking as, yes, we're going to go through reductions in lottery funds, reductions because of pension funds, and so many other budget items that are affected by the state and federal government. But we need to be forward thinking in what we are going to be asking of the state of California and our local community and the federal government for what we need for our students during the recovery period, not just how we're dealing with the day-to-day. And I know it's hard to think about the future, but we need to focus on that as best we can. I also want to call to folks' attention that right now the U.S. Department of Agriculture is asking for comments regarding a change in the food meal service that would weaken the highly nutritious foods that we are currently serving. It increases salt, fats, and starches. So if you go on the USDA website, you can provide comments, or go to the American Heart Association. They have a comment link section on their website, and speak up. The deadline for this is April 22nd, and we need to ensure that those nutritious, high-quality meals with lots of fruits and vegetables are still available for our students through the summer and next fall and next spring. And the last thing I want to talk about is the several groups that I'm involved with, of course, are also recognizing that the resources we've received from the federal government are just dust, as one individual put it. It's just a sprinkling of dust, and we need to be out there advocating for all of the resources that we need for our children and our families. And I know that Ms. Count will talk about the Education Foundation, and we're continuing to do some planning for CCC SBA meetings on April 30th, and then later in May. I believe it was May 21st. So mark your calendar and join us for another Zoom meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mayo. Ms. Count?
All right, thank you. So I think I've been doing what many of us have been doing, just trying to figure out how to be best, how to be most useful in this unprecedented time. And so I've been trying to do that by just, sharing out the information from the district, sharing out information from the community, and trying to make sure that everyone knows where to get meals, all those things. One thing with the meals that I actually forgot to ask, but I believe that the children are no longer required to be present to receive the meals. So question for the future about whether we're informing people about that. But I think we've done a fantastic job providing meals not only to children, but also to seniors in our community, and the partnerships are incredible. So much gratitude to everyone for that. Noticing just, some of the incredible things that our teachers are doing, not only in English, but also in Spanish. I noticed Blanca Vega at Shore Acres created her own Zoom, how to use Zoom tutorial in Spanish on a YouTube channel, so that parents can watch and practice using Zoom before their children need to get onto that platform with the classrooms. So that's just one example. Another that I saw out there was Rosie Reed, is working with students. Actually, students are taking a leadership role in this pandemic as well. Students are helping students. So they created a peer mentoring program where students who want to be mentors, who want to help, can contact Rosie and become a mentor, and students or parents that whose child might need help. Whether it's social emotionally, just connecting with somebody, or academically, they can become a mentee as well. So they already have 60 students signed up at elementary, middle, and high school levels. And anyone who wants to join in can just email Ms. Reid at reidr@mdusd.org. And I know there's many, many other examples out there of really exciting things that our teachers and students have been doing. Some things that are top of mind for me during this time. One is the census. I know that sort of got lost in the shuffle of COVID-19, but it is really crucial for the funding of our schools. I did see a message come through that was offering to get information about the census out through our meals program. So that's one option, it looks like, to get the word out, but maybe in our social media and other communications, if we can impart to parents how crucial it is for the next 10 years that everyone get counted. That's a really important piece. I know Ms. Mary wanted me to update on the foundation. I think that Mary Gray, the president of MDUSD Ed Foundation, did a great job actually in her public comment talking about the COVID Remote Learning Fund and how much they've raised so far. I think the last I saw, it's actually even grown since yesterday to 19,000 now. So growing every day, and I'm just really thankful that partnership exists between a nonprofit entity that can be raising funds along with our public schools. Another issue that I've been thinking a lot about is gun safety. And Dr. Martinez, that might be part of your report? But just that to get information out, that for people to know, there has been a recent spike in gun sales. And so it's more important than ever that we are storing and keeping our guns locked, unloaded, and separate from ammunition in your homes. And it is actually a crime for a person to negligently store or leave a loaded firearm in a place where a child is likely to access it. So for our parents and families to know that you really could be held responsible if anything were to happen with a firearm in your home. So that's key. Two more things. One is just looking at the access to the internet. I mean, it's just incredible how COVID-19 has really exposed the digital divide that exists. I mean, we've all known it exists, but now we can really, really see it. And how important it is, really, I think, that the internet should be a public utility that's free to all. It's something that our state and our cities and our counties really need to look at. Because it creates inequities in education and employment in a lot of different areas. 25 years ago was when Net Day was held right here in Mount Diablo Unified School District. Linda, you may remember that, but I was just told this story, that it was right here at YB High. The state superintendent of public instruction, Delaney Easton, was there, Al Gore was there. She was invited to the White House after that, and our schools were wired, which is fantastic. So our schools, have access to the internet. But looking at those same students at that school today, how many of their families have access to the internet from home? This is the new frontier. This is what we need to be fighting for, because there's, with climate change, it's not just the viruses, it's our smoke days. We're going to need to be able to actually do equitable remote learning, and it can't just all fall on school districts by ourselves to make that happen. So, but I think as a school district, we do need to figure out, we need to be working with companies to get hotspots out to every student who needs it. So we do need that data about how many students need it, and how many can we really provide. I know there's a shortage and there's a lot of challenges to that, but we are seeing it be successful in some nearby school districts that they are checking out hotspots. So, yes. And then lastly, just the budget. I know everyone's talking about the calamity of COVID, not only to our health, but to our economy. So we're hearing things from state legislators like it'll be a keep the lights on only budget. But I think one thing that is not being talked about as much is how deeply underfunded our schools were before COVID hit. So I think it's incumbent upon us to make sure that our state legislators really understand what happens when they cut the budget for next year. Where we were starting, we were already underfunded, we were already making drastic cuts, and we were not the only district to be doing that, just to keep doing what we're doing. And so I think we can all work together and meet with our state legislators and show them, what it is, advocate for what it is that we actually need to keep the lights on in a school and a school district and provide the learning that we desperately need to provide. It is going to take funding, and we're going to need it from the state. And I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Mason?
We'll be brief. I just want to apologize if families feel like we haven't communicated as well as we could have. We're doing our best. I guess as Thomas Paine said, these are the times that tries men's souls, and it's true. And I think all you can really do is your best. I know employees are getting frustrated and parents are getting frustrated. Just appreciate your family, enjoy spending time with them. As long as when you go to bed at night, you know you were the best person you could be that day, that's all you really have to worry about, is taking care of each other, doing what you can to make a difference. And that big thing might just be staying home in your house, even though you're tired of it. That may be the contribution that you make. So just hang in there, care for your family, take it as a gift, time you wouldn't have had to spend with your family, and know that we'll come through stronger and better on the other side.
Great, thank you. If I could, Dr. Martinez, could I have you do the superintendent's report? I think you may touch on some things that I might have questions or comments on. So if I could, I was going to have you go ahead and do the superintendent's report, and then I'll do my final board report. That'd be okay.
Sure. So again, we don't have a lot of events going on. We have a lot of work going on. The work that we're doing, again, is working with our associations. And I just want to really thank each one of them for the process that they've engaged in with us, from our Teamster group, our AMSPA Local 1, our commonly known as our clerical support team, our Mount Diablo School Psychologists Association, our Mount Diablo Administrators Group, our CSEA group, and our Medea group. We've spent many hours having conversations that none of us really thought that we were going to have. Conversations about how we may continue to provide service to students and yet stay within the parameters of, again, shelter in place and stay at home while identifying individuals as being essential. There's been a core group of individuals that are working, again, in our maintenance offices, our child nutrition, food and nutrition offices, our central office here. Again, maintaining the structural integrity of our district so that our fiscal assurity is taken care of. There's a lot that has to happen for running a major business like this. So there's folks who are here every day working to make sure that is occurring. There's also a lot of work going into the planning, and it's very difficult to plan for what we don't know is going to happen in the next few days. Again, we are hoping that the information that we're receiving from the state in the way of guidance is being communicated to parents, to our educators, to our staff, our administrators in a way that is understandable and that it's operational as well. Because again, we can all get so conflicted by our feelings, and yet we need to move forward in the operational structure. We've gone through a few examples: getting food to kids who need it, getting devices to individuals who need it. We have people working to try and figure out what does getting hotspots to 1,000 different places in the district look like. And on one hand, we need to consider the fiscal impacts of that, plus the practical terms of, even if we wanted to order 1,000, could we get them and when? Are they ready to come to us? Board Member Cowan mentioned the gun safety information. We're preparing a document that will be going out to all of our parents via email. We have found that, again, using that email system, because it can get data to individuals in their home language, and as you update your information into that process, information get translated into the language that our parents prefer, so that's important. One of the other things I'll speak to is the concern I mentioned about our seniors and graduation, and again, that feeling of what type of closure will we have for our students and their families. And I know we had already started with some confusion about what was happening at the Concord Pavilion, where we normally hold our big graduations and some of the date changes. And now we don't anticipate that we'll be getting together in that way. So we're looking at opportunities for live streaming graduations and what that might look like, when we might be able to do that. And again, I'll tell you, we don't have that with a date set right now, because there's much that's going to happen between now and then. What we do know is that our focus will be on providing some level of closure for our students specifically and their families. Some individuals will want to leave school and go to work. And yet here we are, as Board President Lawrence talked about, 17 million Americans who don't have jobs right now. That's going to be a tough place for individuals to go to work. So continuing in some level of education is always an opportunity, even if it is through distance learning post high school, for people to learn skills, learn the trades. As we can all see, technology has taken a big leap forward. We need a lot more people who are skilled in these levels of technologies. So again, an opportunity out of crisis, it could be. But we want to have some clarity for our graduating seniors. The other questions that have come out have been, well, what happens to my 8th grader? Will they go to high school? Yes, they're going to go to high school. Some places have talked about mass retentions of students. I just don't see that as being an alternative for our California students. Really working through a process of, again, advancing students through a hold harmless. When we think about retention per se as a philosophical issue and an actual academic pursuit, very rare that a true retention that takes place is beneficial to the child. Very rare. So we want to be really cautious about that. We don't want people using this particular pandemic as any kind of form of punishment for our children. They didn't plan on this. And so trying to work through this process of, again, what do we do to help them advance academically, through this emotionally, to their next level, are really the questions that we have to ask for each one of our children going forward. I just wanted to, again, restate the sentiments that some of our board members have talked about. Again, issues of kindness and compassion and patience and grace. We are people. We are people who are all dealing with this situation as individuals. And as Board Member Mason said, some are asked to stay home. That's the rule right now. Some are asked to get out and be our first responders in our medical world and taking care of people who are dramatically sick. Our educators are right now asked to be the first level responders to support our students while we can't get there and hug them. So that's a challenge for our folks. But one, again, through what we've talked about so far and the new innovations that are going to come, because I think it's going to continue. We've heard some examples about educators connecting in various different ways and being very creative in how we connect with our students. Those are the types of innovations that are going to help us get through this. So we'll just keep striving forward. And Board Member Lawrence, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. I will just kind of follow my fellow board members as well as Dr. Martinez. And first, in regards to graduation ceremony, so thank you for sharing that. I certainly want to commit to students and their families. We will have graduation ceremonies. I think we would love to hear student input as to what the seniors would prefer. And it may be a combination. We may need to look at timing. We may need to look at live streaming, doing something there, but to recognize their accomplishments. And I truly believe we talked about almost 20 years ago when we lived in a post 9/11 world. And I think we all recognize we're going to be living in a post-coronavirus world here, and that this is uncharted territory. But certainly things will be very different. To summarize some of the comments, I would say they're, in terms of the board comments, which, as I mentioned earlier, are compiled in a document, been shared with board members, and we'll share publicly. And then we played the ones that did leave voicemails. We played those. But there were concerns around the cuts that are on the agenda to our classified staff. There were many teachers who we've heard from asking about ratification of the tentative agreement that we had and had planned to move forward. We thought we would be done by this point. And then also, those were a couple of major things. We also heard from people saying, we want schools to reopen. And my feeling, I think we would all love schools to reopen, but having a recognition of what we're facing right now, and this is incredibly hard on everyone, and it manifests itself in different ways. We know there are families where both parents are working, or there might only be one parent and that parent is working, and that places a huge burden on those families, and we recognize that. But the safety of our students and our staff has to come first. And as a really sobering note, I saw today that 21 public school teachers in New York City have passed away from the coronavirus, which helps. One, makes me thankful that we shut our schools down when we did to help maintain the safety of our staff. And it's not just our teachers, it's our secretaries, it's our custodians, it's our aides who are in close proximity. And so we want to reopen the schools as quickly as we can, but we have to do it in a way that's safe. And realistically, I don't think anyone can say with confidence that we're going to be open in August. I think we have to continue to see how this plays out and what happens day by day. Regarding the agreements, I think we are all eager to do those, but we have to recognize that our district's finances, as well as the state of California and the entire country and the entire world, have completely changed. And so we need insight into what those are going to look like. I think we need to understand the potential cuts that for us to cut employees in this very difficult time has huge ramifications. And so we want to look at balancing the needs of our students in our district with recognizing the personal impacts. And so we know, I think we cannot be more grateful for our students, our parents, our teachers, our staff, for everyone, for Dr. Martinez and the folks at the Dent Center who are supporting everyone. Very grateful for that, but knowing that this will have huge impacts. And what the last part is, really want to say thank you to Dominic Machi and his team who are feeding our students and feeding our community, because I think unfortunately with, it's more than 17 million. I don't think we even know the scope of it yet, but at least 17 million people who have lost their jobs, and thousands of our families, that means thousands of families in our communities have lost their jobs, and food security becomes more and more important. And I think we will see more and more of that service will be even more essential, that we are making sure just that people have a meal. And so that's the reality of what we're facing. So I appreciate seeing, as Ms. Mason said, trying to find the silver linings and how people are pulling together and working together and having grace and empathy and recognizing that, the pre-coronavirus world is very different from what we're facing today, and we're all having to work together and figure this out as we go along. So that's my board report. So thank you. With that, we'll move to the next item, which is going to be, I believe, the consent agenda. So items listed under the consent agenda are considered routine and will be adopted by a single motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items. However, any item may be removed from the consent agenda upon the request of any member of the board and acted upon separately. So with that, I ask board members, are there items they would like removed from the consent agenda?
I was going to pull 15.4.
15.4. Okay.
15.6, 15.8, and 15.11.
Okay. Do we have any others? I was going to pull 15.13. So right now I have 15.4, 15.6, 15.8, 15.11, and 15.13 being pulled. Are there any others? Okay. Would someone like to make a motion?
I'll do that. Mr. President, I move that we approve the consent agenda minus 15.4, 15.6, 15.8, 15.11, and 15.13 for separate consideration.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Motion by Ms. Durkee, second by Ms. Mason. We'll go ahead. Ms. Mason, start the voting with you.
Yes.
Ms. Cound?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
And Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
And I also vote yes. And so motion passes 5-0. We will now pull up what was previously item 15.4. And we will consider that separately. And that was review and I believe that was review and potential approval of the recommended action for certificated personnel.
Yeah, I brought.
I think.
We lost sound?
Yeah, we lost sound, Ms. Mason. Hang on. We lost sound on you for a moment. Okay, you're back.
I'll be personal.
Can you hear me?
Now you're back.
Oh, wow.
Ms. Mason, can you try? We're able to hear you. Are you back, Ms. Mason?
There I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I said, I brought this up last year, and I think it's time to remove Tom Torlakson from the list. I really don't envision he's going to come back and work for the district, nor do I believe any other employee would have been carried for this many years. So my motion would be that we approve the list with the elimination of Tom Torlakson.
Okay, do we have a second, and then perhaps we'll have some discussion. Do we have a second?
I'll second, just to get us.
Okay, Ms. Durkee went ahead and seconded, and then let's have discussion on the extended leave of absence, approving this minus the extended leave of absence for Tom Torlakson, who present location is science teacher at Mount Diablo High. And so prior to voting, I think my first question would be towards Dr. Martinez and our council as to, are there implications to this? Are we able to do that, or how does that work?
I believe we're able to do that, yes. Again, there's no current rationale that I'm aware of about why we would have to continue to extend the opportunity for somebody who's been on leave for a long period of time to sustain them on the list. Usually there's an opportunity that's granted to somebody to have an opportunity leave, if you will, for at least a year's time, but not beyond that. So I appreciate the concern. I think you can take them on.
Well, I just started collecting Social Security, and he was teaching when I was at the high school.
Ms. Mayo, do you have any other information to share from the history of this?
No, it's just that elected officials are granted the courtesy to be able to return to their previous employment in a school district, and perhaps it applies to other agencies. My question would be, did he actually request that it still be included? And is there something that, so to speak, grandfathers him currently that we are unaware of? I would just rather that we proceed with the balance of the motion and then bring his back with the next set of information when we can provide some clarity around it.
Yeah.
Point well taken. I don't have a document that gives me clear guidance one way or another if he is actually requested to be left on here as an opportunity to leave, or if it's just been something that our Human Resources Department has carried over. I don't know, so we need to find that out.
Yeah, I mean, I think the key point is having been an elected official is why it probably just automatically rolled unless he did something different. So it seems like it's been so many years. I mean, be respectful to find out for sure, and then maybe check with him. Let's see if he wants to come back. Maybe he wants a job.
All right, we always like science teachers. Any further discussion? Okay, then provided staff, I can follow up, Dr. Martinez, with you. We'll follow up on if we need to bring Mr. Torlakson back for separate consideration. But the motion is to approve this item with the removal of Tom Torlakson. So, Ms. Mason.
Was there an amendment to the, I'm just trying to understand what we're voting on.
It's voting on this certificated personnel actions with the removal of Tom Torlakson is how I understood the motion. Is that correct, Ms. Mason?
That is correct.
And you had a second from Ms. Durkee?
Correct.
Yes. So, Ms. Mason, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
Ms. Cowan?
Okay, so
The point is, I think, and make sure I understand, we can bring, if we find out that he wants to stay on and we didn't really have the authority to take him off, we can bring him, put him back on. Is that what we're doing?
So yes vote means that still will be explored. So
Yes, that was correct. That was my request of Dr. Martinez, which she had already articulated we would do research, make sure that, Ms. Mayo's point, that there isn't any negative repercussion to Mr. Torlakson.
Okay, so yes.
Okay. I will also vote yes, and motion passes 5-0. So, okay. Okay. And let me do a quick refresh here.
I'm next.
Okay, with what was 15.6, and I think it's potentially still showing up as 15.6, review and potential approval of contract amendment. Is that correct? Number 1 to SDLR Corporation. Do I have the right one still? We're not able to hear you, Ms. Mayo. Ms. Mayo, hang on a second.
We can't hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear.
My system keeps turning off the sound. I know we love that.
Yes, we hear you now.
Okay, so this item and the next one, both of them are.
We lost you. We can't.
Try again.
It says am I there now?
Yes, to be fast.
It says I was muted by staff.
Oh.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Speak
Okay.
back.
Speak. You just flipped it out. This one and the next one were first approved by staff and now are being brought to the Board of Education because it's over $25,000. And I'm just a stickler in that I like to have information about the original contract. This one, the docket that's the attachment that's provided does have space where information could have been added about what the original contract was for. So if Dr. Martinez would explain what happened with the first contract and services that were provided, because I did receive some community member questions.
So my understanding is that Lisa, there's Lisa. You want to speak to this, Lisa?
Sure. I have no idea. I cannot explain why we don't have the attachments. It's a really good point. We will make sure they are there in the first place. What I can give you in information about 15.6, this was a contract that was originally created by the former chief business officer to fill in some of the gaps for the director of fiscal and that individual or the company actually did more work because the positions continued to be vacant longer. So this is bringing us current through approximately December for their work. Same thing goes for 15.8, yes, in the future. We're all sitting here in a room and everybody's hearing it, but they need to have the original contracts attached.
We can't hear you, Linda.
Okay, I'm sorry. I had received information about this item by email. I'm comfortable with making the motion. I don't know if other folks have questions.
So normally, so there's the original contract, but there's also the amendment that is attached here. Under number 1, services, it says check and complete one of the options. So normally, would you check the box that says contractor agrees to provide the following amended services, so that there would be a description of not just the original, but actually what the amendment is what I would think would go there.
Just more information that's transparent to the public. Some of it is covered in the board docket itself, but it could be a little more explicit. I'm not on mute.
We heard you.
Okay.
So is there a timeline on this, or can it be brought back, done correctly?
I think what Dr. Gonzalez has indicated is that these are for services that have been provided. So what happened is that we had an original contract, the continuation of those services were happening. So really we're looking, it's unfortunate set of circumstance, but we're looking for confirmation of the approval in order to be able to pay this debt that is owed to this company.
The information I received is that it's a fiscal support team that specializes in accounts payable, receivable, and fiscal analysis. We had several temporary employees working to keep our system moving forward as we enter the redesign of the department. The information satisfied my curiosity, and I'm ready to make the motion.
So for the paperwork, could that be added in that section under number 1 after the vote?
Yes, it could.
Okay. Ms. Mayo, would you like to make a motion?
I move that the board approve 15.6 as presented with some additional notation on the attachment.
And do we have a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Durkee has second. Ms. Mayo, we'll start with you.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Towns?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
And Ms. Mason?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0. And we will move to what was previously 15.8. And Ms. Mayo, I think you said it was a similar type concern. Did you have further things that you wanted to address on this one?
No, it's just having the contract available. There is more detail provided in the docket here, so that is helpful.
Okay. Would you like to make a motion, or someone else make a motion?
I move that we approve 15.8 as presented. Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Ms. Durkee, we'll start with you.
Yes.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Ms. Towns?
Yes.
And Ms. Mason?
Yes.
All right, it's 15.8, and then what was 15.11, review and potential approval to increase contract value between MDUSD and Associated Valuation Services.
So,
15.11.
yeah, 15.11.
Okay, I think I read it, but I must have said it wrong.
Did it get pulled?
Yes.
Again, maybe I'm looking at an old one.
Sorry, on my agenda, that what I just read is listed as 15.11.
So you were looking for the College Park High School track and field?
So maybe it got pulled. No. Oh, no.
Early.
Okay.
I did my agenda about noon today, so that's why I still show it.
I was later and it still shows. Okay, all right.
So I think in terms of transparency here, just in the future going forward, if we pull an item, perhaps we can leave it on the agenda for the public and then physically pull it during the meeting so that there's a record, so it doesn't just disappear. I think people get a little confused when something was there and then it's gone.
Sure, just a timing process, but
Yeah, just a prompt.
So if we could keep that would allow us to keep the numbering the same and
Exactly.
and we could just show it was pulled by staff or pulled, that would be extremely helpful.
I think our staff just knew that was happening and decided to take it off before we got to the meeting.
Okay. I think since we pulled 1511, I think.
Yeah, we have to vote on it.
But on 1511, which I currently show is review and potential approval to increase contract value between NBUSD and the associated valuation services. So can I get a motion on that?
So moved.
Thank you. Ms. Mason, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Great. Ms. Durkee, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Mason, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Mayo?
I had concerns about this one, so I'm going to vote no.
Okay. Ms. Count?
I also had concerns about this one.
But you didn't pull it though, right?
No.
But I had some questions.
I pulled it, I didn't.
No, but I think we just pulled it because we thought it was the
Wrong number.
part of it.
Okay, I did get the questions answered, so I'm gonna go ahead and vote yes. But transparency is good.
Okay. I will vote yes. 1511 passes 4-1 with Ms. Mayo voting no. And then I pulled 15.13. Which was on landscaping services. And I just wanted to ask the superintendent with what's going on, and you kind of touched on this earlier in the meeting, but can you just share a little of where we're at with landscaping? Are we scaling back on outside services, certainly in light of the current situation? Would you be able to share a little bit about that, please?
I'm actually going to have our Assistant Director of Maintenance and Operations, Melanie Kozlow, who's stepped in front of the computer to speak a little bit on this.
Great, thank you.
Hi, good evening. Just to kind of answer the questions that you have, but we'll go over a couple of these different landscape items, is we are paring back the work that we've done. Two items are for open purchase orders to allow us to have the ability to use an outside vendor if necessary, because we have exhausted our current open purchase order. We have an individual who's our landscape technician who has been out for some time on leave. However, he is returning, but this was set up in anticipation of not knowing how long he would be out, and also to be able to handle our current workload with one sprinkler tech. So we always go in-house first. This would just be in order to maintain the work that we've done over the last year. We had an irrigation failure that was larger than our capacity in-house. In order to not, we'll say, lose the funds that we put in this last year, we would need to be able to reach out to an outside vendor to help us with that repair. And those are just on the larger scale repairs. And then if we want to touch, okay.
Okay, that answered my question.
Okay.
So I would move for the adoption of what had been item 15.3, review and approval to increase the purchase order with Medallion Landscape. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right. Ms. Durkee, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Mason votes yes, and Ms. Count?
Yes.
Okay, I also vote yes. Motion passes 5-0. That finishes the consent agenda and the items pulled from the consent agenda. With that, we will now move to item 18.1, which is information review of potential partnership with Public Agency Retirement Services, also known as PARS, by Resolution 1920-48. With that, I will turn it over to Dr. Martinez and staff for information on this one.
Yes, thank you. What we've provided are several different documents. That one is an overview of, again, the potential partnership with the Public Agency Retirement Services group. They are a well-known group that has worked in California for a number of years, helping school districts to focus on ways to assist employees with transitioning away from a district into retirement. In essence, the process is that we look at if, in fact, few people retire in a given year, they tend to want to hold on to jobs and keep working. Well, the agency looks at some different data pieces, such as the ability of individuals within a school district to actually retire, the eligibility of those individuals regarding can they retire, and their salaries at the time of projected retirement. What we do is we take a look at a percentage of their earnings and anticipate that if in fact they were to retire, we would use a percentage of their anticipated earnings to help them transition into retirement. The district, if we decide to go forward with this, does then keep an obligation over 5 years at a cost of the actual amount of dollars. The individual employee who decides still if they want to retire then has an opportunity for receiving, in essence, an annuity over the course of several options. They have close to 15 options to choose from. But the work that we have here really is a snapshot of the program. These programs are not taken into, oftentimes by districts, and we have not had a program like this in our district in any short time here. We have looked at the number of folks who are more senior employees, veteran employees, and we have a high number of individuals who potentially could retire. What something like this does is actually work to save jobs. So if individuals can retire and have an opportunity to gracefully enter retirement through a process that helps us retain a number of individuals who we actually pay less for in the years to come, we actually could have a cost savings in addition to saving jobs. What we are looking to do is to have, in essence, all of our eligible employees, those that have met some time parameters of being with us and who qualify for retirement through the state systems, have an opportunity to investigate if this is a program that they would want to be a part of. As we did our analysis, there are some parameters there that we don't just have a handful of people participate and we let the system go forward. We have to have some criteria that says these are the numbers of folks that we want to participate so that, one, we can save jobs, but two, save anticipated costs with regards to dollars that would be going out to these employees. So our process tonight is to give information to the board. What we would like to do, and we would be continuing to work with employee groups as well, having conversations with them and start getting information out there. Sometimes these particular plans take a year to plan. We thought about this a few months ago and decided that it was worth taking a look at for the process of trying to save jobs, given our layoffs that were occurring in our certificated side of the house, and as we presented tonight, potentially in the classified areas. So we have some parameters in place. We would like to start sharing this information as an option that could be available to employees, gathering data of those who are interested. We want to then bring this back to the board in 2 weeks' time for formal approval of a resolution saying we're going to continue this participation. So we're almost starting with the process of we hope this will work, then getting formal resolution from the board, Then we continue getting input from employees. If we do not have the appropriate level of input from employees saying, I want to participate, then we don't go forward with it. The board still has a final decision to make. If we have enough input of people saying, this is good for me, this is good for the district as we hope it turns out, and can actually save us money in addition to jobs, we'll have a better ability to say, this is a good idea. It's a win for employees, it's a win for the district, it's a win to save more employees' jobs. So again, tonight is the overview. There's not a formalized presentation. We're just really kind of getting this to you. We've had some conversations, and we think it's a good possibility for our district to get people to participate.
So, question, how many people would need to participate to make it worthwhile?
The numbers are varied. There's approximately maybe an exact, there's about 960 individuals who are in essence eligible to retire through this process. When we look at the different bargaining groups, we kind of break that down. So there are some markers that we're looking at. I'd be hesitant to tell you exactly what those markers are just in a meeting like tonight, but there are markers that we look for. It's approximately 80 teachers or so, if that's the largest group. If we have that level of participation, it's between 80 to 100. It makes it very cost worthy for us. And again, it could save a lot of jobs of those individuals who actually have layoff notices right now. So that's just one mark, but we have different levels of participation within each of the groups. We can then decide we're going to go with one group and maybe not another if we don't have a level of participation. What most districts do, though, is look holistically at the entire group and makes a determination based on the participation rates of everybody. Can we save dollars?
So then we're obligated for $5,000 per year for 5 years. Is that correct? So are we then looking at what we have projected in terms of retirements over 5 years?
That's part of the analysis that they do for us. There's the anticipated levels of general retirements that you would do without doing a program, and then the cost benefits. If in fact you get enough participation in this program, it has to cost out to the positive for us.
Other questions? No. So my question on this is just I want to understand it more from a philosophical standpoint of are we increasing, even though if we look at Mount Diablo, short term, it may positively impact our budget, are we creating more long-term burden for the taxpayers in the state of California with additional retirees when we already have pensions being underfunded and that our increasing costs to retirement funds? So are we artificially creating more retirees? And so even though Mount Diablo might short-term show a balance, are we perpetuating the problem?
Again, difficult question because you need to have the specifics behind it. But what I say is that for all of the individuals who are STRS qualified or PERS qualified, they have actually been paying in to the retirement system. We as a district have already been paying into the retirement system on their behalf as well. So for those that are eligible, their retirement has been taken into consideration to receive something back. Obviously, our employees who have 30 plus years receive a different level of retirement than those who meet the bare minimums for eligibility for retirement. So again, that's the uniqueness of the individuals who qualify don't all get the same amount coming back from their retirement. It's what they put in and what they can anticipate back. So there's a variance within the structure, but they have been paying in on their own behalf, and we've been paying in on their behalf as well. There are some other cost differentials where if we actually have a number of people retire who are making higher salaries, the district's responsibility to pay on their behalf actually lowers down as well into their pensions, because we are going to pay on the lower salaries that are replacing the higher salaries. So there's another cost benefit that we have to take into consideration.
And then one more question so what is the definition of eligible? Does it include, like, if there were teachers who told us early that announced early retirement earlier this year, or does that make them not eligible, or
No,
eligible?
what happens is that there are some parameters that again that are developed in the criteria for these individuals. For PERS and for STIRS, they're a little bit different because you have to have different eligibility requirements to qualify for retirement. We're looking at it as individuals also must have worked for at least 5 years within the district, because we don't want to have individuals come in who they've only worked for a year or two and they leave us and then go work somewhere else. That doesn't necessarily help us in the market of hiring individuals. So there's some parameters there that are designed to ensure that these folks are eligible for retirement, have met the basic requirements before they would receive the okay from us that they can participate.
And then, I just want to make sure, based on the language, it says that if the program is unable to demonstrate fiscal savings, the program may be rescinded at no cost to the district. So we're going to bring this back so we haven't voted on anything. We're bringing this forward for information tonight. Mm-hmm. The action would be 2 weeks from now, and we would have more data regarding interest, but we're not going to be obligated in any way. So it's not a matter of rescinding it, it's that I'm a little confused by the language. So when it says rescind, but it's information only. So can we clarify that, please? Are we somehow obligated at this point?
No, the only obligation that we have right now is to consider if this will work in the district. What we would like to do would be to start sharing the opportunity of this program with employees. If we have nobody sign up for the program, we're not obligated for anything. If we have some, that level of interest from employees over even these next 2 weeks, we'll have a lot more data to come back to the board and say, through our initial, opportunity here, we have X amount. We would like to get the approval for the resolution. Still, at that point, we would then have a couple of weeks to obtain the necessary numbers that we need for the program to go forward. The rescinding would be if employees now submit their resignations with the intent of receiving something from the PARS program, and yet we don't have the participation we need to say this is now a really good idea that meets the requirements that we have, then we would not go forward with that. Their resignations would in essence be rescinded because they're doing it expecting something in return as an annuity over the next few years for them. So again, right now there's no commitments that we've made. It's a matter of seeking, will our employees be interested in this, and continuing down that path. But the point where we either have a go, we've met the criteria, this is going to work, then it goes forward, or we can pull it back because we are not affirming that it's going to work for us.
Okay. So just as a final note, so my question would just be I guess it's hard to project, but the impact on the state of California is, does this, how does that impact? And we won't have precise dollars, but I'd like to understand that more before I'd be in a position to support it. I think it's certainly intriguing, but I would just want to make sure of the long-term implications of it. So, okay, thank you. So with that, we're going to move to item 18.2, which is, I'll have Dr. Martinez speak to this. Review and potential approval of Resolution 1920-47 to reduce the number of classified employees based on a reduction of a particular kind of service, PKS. So Dr. Martinez, I'm happy to speak after you do, but would you like to speak to this?
Yeah, let me just give you a few minutes. Again, this is a formal request to approve the particular kinds of service resolution. What happens through Education Code, this board has already approved a particular kinds of service for the certificated employees. There's different timelines that are available for process between the certificated and the classified. For the classified employees, if in fact we had significant or specific funds that were ending that were related to positions by Education Code, there's a request that those particular kinds of service are completed usually by April 29th of a given year, so that a 60-day notice can be provided to an employee. And in essence, they're identified that their position ends before June 30th, in essence, the fiscal year of a school district. What this particular resolution is inclusive of are a number of positions that the direction that we were heading with to pull back over $2 million in classified reductions that this board has looked at doing in the past at several meetings. We wanted to clearly identify and articulate the levels of service that would not be present in the school district. What happens is that there's in essence two primary reasons that are often looked at, either an inability to pay or we don't have the need for that particular level of work. Now, in trying to meet our budgetary constraints, we looked at a number of different positions that were associated with some of the previous decisions that the board has made. Not having physical education teachers at the elementary level. We have positions that are physical education instructional assistants. So we wouldn't continue those positions. We looked at, again, in the middle of this process, all of our custodial services, meeting all the needs of our schools, and we were looking to refine and be more clear on the levels of service that we need to sustain the cleanliness of our schools. Again, I understand that given the pandemic that's ongoing right now, people are very concerned about that. And yet, when we look at now the structure of reducing some positions, we believe we can sustain the cleanliness of our schools. That's different from some of the other concerns that have been raised about structural needs that have to happen that aren't just cleaning up every day. These are the custodians who clean up every day. The other side of this is looking at some of the, again, the clerical positions that we've had and trying to identify the appropriate number of days that would be, these individuals would be working in the positions. So there are 47 actual, this is an approximation, the number's a little variant, 47 actual full-time equivalents that are on this particular kinds of service. But then there is a section that is more inclusive of the clerical days reduction that looks to reduce some of those days of our clerical personnel. We went through a process, and some have asked earlier about looking at the data from other districts, looking at the data about the work years for a number of these positions. And by and large, all of our positions were extended beyond many other places, many other school districts our size. So we've looked to pull back instead of eliminating many classified positions in the clerical side by reducing days of work to those individuals. That is something that is covered within the contract of the association. We look to reduce days. So again, tonight, this is a document that seeks to provide clarity in the ability of our human resources team to provide notice to those individuals. By Ed Code, they're entitled to a 60-day notice. Again, I understand the magnitude of these decisions, especially in the entire structure of what we're looking at as a district with regards to budgetary concerns. This was the path that we started a few months ago, and again, is bringing it to fruition. We don't know if this will be enough change to mitigate the budget issues that are coming. This is the first blush of issues, and I know that it becomes very difficult for everybody to understand the need to do this, but this is our presentation tonight. We also provided a second document that seeks to provide a little bit more clarity on the narrative of the why behind a few of these positions. Some of the positions on here are actually part of the redesign of some of our departments and services. So not everything was done with the process of reducing a dollar. It's that the position as we see it needs to be modified or changed. That's another part of our agenda tonight, and more work being done. So some of these positions are part of the due course of reductions to a district, not necessarily with the direct intent of reducing dollars for settlement agreements. Just wanted to clarify that.
Great, thank you for that context. So my feeling on this is, we are going to have to make cuts to our classified. I think everyone is aware of that. But one, we've gone ahead and ratified the appointment of Dr. Gardner this evening, and so one of my hopes would be that he would be able to, prior to April 27, work closely with the leadership of the bargaining units, who I think, based on my conversations, have a recognition as well that there will be cuts. But for Dr. Gardner to work with them to identify where some of those cuts may need to be. And then the second part is, I think we need to look at this as, we were looking at budget reductions in a, in a different world 5-6 weeks ago. And so, for us, I think that we need to be evaluating what we had as tentative agreements have not yet been ratified. And I think we need to look at that, and we need to view these cuts through that lens. I think, as one example, our clerical staff that for things like our office secretaries, that recognizing that we are going to have major disruption amongst our student populations, and students might be coming in and out of schools and things like that. And so that may require more resources. But I would ask that my hope would be that we would take these next 2 weeks to work with the leadership of the bargaining units, as well as for Dr. Martinez and staff had started the work to help us understand the fiscal impacts of this. And as we do comparisons to other districts, there may be areas where we are needing to downsize, and certainly taking a look at that. But for me personally, I would not be in a position to move forward with this tonight until we have more information and have more of a chance to hone the list, and recognizing that many of the people are already facing major issues, challenges, and we never take lightly taking someone's job and having job cuts. So that would be my thought on it. I would open it to other board members.
Yeah, as we sit tonight, I would not vote for the reduction across the board. I saw that done several years ago. It was not effective, and then we ended up adding them back. I appreciate Dr. Martinez's input about some of these having to do with his redesign. If I understood the redesign, then I could make a better decision. I don't even understand what that redesign is as of yet, because I think the document, the flow chart just went out to us this evening. And then I would question cutting technology. If we're talking about this might be permanent, that we're going to do more of this kind of learning, then cutting technology positions doesn't really seem to make a lot of sense. And I would be interested in our next meeting, if in fact we don't vote on this tonight, to know what the, how they decided on the custodians. It might be very valid. Is it by the number of people, the size of the campus? I would just like to know how they came up with that number for to cut 20 custodians. And I think that's my, and I was confused about a parent liaison, half a position. Oh, and one recommendation I had made to Dr. Martinez was to eliminate the after-school program coordinator, which you guys got along with fine with that before, and that's over $100,000 salary, probably even more when you take into the benefits. So that is something I would look at.
Thank you, Ms. Mason. The board members?
I agree with that. I agree with both of you. I think having a little bit more information will be helpful. Dr. Martinez did provide a great context tonight, just a few minutes ago. And so I think having a little more detail on that would be helpful because we do have to hook it up with other decisions around reductions, and kind of being able to do it as one big sort of puzzle would be helpful.
I would agree with, I think, everything that my fellow board members have said so far. I share the concerns about, how are we going to keep our schools clean and all the additional sanitation that's going to be needed, as well as the work that our front office school secretaries are going to need to be doing, whether it's, with new students coming in and out, or even just being, that front line when we're in a new world of parents coming in and they're going to be exposed just as much as, more than most. So if there is justification to the reduction of the number of days, we would want to see, what the bargaining unit has, what the union says about it, what their feedback is, what their priorities are, because they're on the ground and they know what that feels like to try to open school. So hearing that feedback. And, and then if there is a clear, rationale for, how other districts are doing it, then we can hear that as well. I think some of the positions on here were directly related either to the certificated layoffs, like the PE assistants, or some of them here are described as remnants of a previous vacant position. So my question would be are there some that are clear that you want to go through tonight to go ahead and explain those so that at April 27th we have fewer specifics to deal with, and we can deal at that point only with the ones that have to do with the reorg?
Answering that question, it would be more appropriate to hold off everything, because again, what happens is that once you identify PKS and you make a decision on one person position or 100 positions or whatever it happens to be, the timing and the process of, again, getting notifications out, handling bumping rights, going through that process, it's better if it's one particular timeline that you're working in the different areas of classification rather than starting different timelines across the district. Becomes more complicated. So again, if that's the kind of the will of the board, we're happy to, again, just bring this item back and try and gather more detail that you're requesting.
So the April 27th date does provide enough time for the deadlines that we face.
It'll be a tough timeline, but it does provide enough in the way of 60 days. We'll just be needing to move very quickly.
We're getting good at that.
He's getting very good. How about us?
So I do support the concern about the upcoming economy that we're facing. We don't know when the turnaround point is going to happen and when, families will be able to get back to work, whether students are going to be walking through the door. There's so much uncertainty there. The docket that we approved on March 9th, I think it was, indicates that there were 166 names on that, or FTE on that particular item. And if we are going to do the reductions here, will we be looking at restoring some of those positions that we removed at the beginning of our March meeting? I do appreciate the work that has gone into this. I do believe that there are some changes regarding the work year and suggestions that may be very valid. And I look forward to hearing the information regarding those decisions and perhaps the comparison with the other school districts, and that'll give the board the opportunity, since we have an interest in that, in doing some research by looking on other school districts' websites to find out what their how each of these positions plays out as far as the work year is described. My dilemma was thinking about our school year has begun started earlier in the middle of August every year, and we're still going through June. So how does, the 260-day collapse to 238 actually play out? And so I would be interested in having more information about that. I also wonder if we clearly understand the student registration process and how students are disenrolled from a district. Does that happen centrally, or does it all happen at the school sites? At one point in time, it was always at the school site, but I know that it was brought into the district office where a lot of the enrollment occurred. So I would like some clarity about where that workload for the changing dynamics of our student population may be expected to occur. Will it be at Dead Center, at Student Services, or will it be happening at the school sites? I think that's critical information for us to know as we evaluate the other items here. Do I want to say that I'm hopeful that we wouldn't have to cut any of these positions? I do want to say that, but I am very fearful about what's going to happen between now and June 30th. And even into the beginning of the next fiscal year to September, October. And so I do believe that some cuts are going to be necessary in the classified ranks as they have been presented. So I look forward to receiving more information in 2 weeks.
Okay. So I believe the consensus of the board is that to move this 2 weeks. I'll just quickly wait. What I'll do is just see if there is a motion, and if there's not, it'll die for lack of a motion, and we'll move to 18.3. Okay.
Can we clarify how this relates then to the idea of a ratification of the teacher's contract? If we take no action here, then we are not ratifying the teacher's contract for sure, right? Over the next 2 weeks anyway.
So I can speak to that. Again, one of the hurdles, if you will, if we were on the path of continuing to formally ratify the teacher's contract in 2 weeks, what we were needing to demonstrate to the County Office of Education is that we approved a significant level of classified reductions, getting back to our previous goals of reducing by $21 million. Now, what has happened since that time even, and again, working with the County Office of Education, and again, seeking to understand the full dynamics of the budget constraints that are happening across California and to our district and all school districts in California. Again, we're hearing that the budget projections are changing. So for us specifically, if we are not doing this particular kinds of service reduction tonight, we are not, in essence, making those budgetary adjustments tonight. So we would not be able to bring forward the AB 1200 disclosure statement to the county, which would also mean that we would not be anticipating a full ratification of the current Medea tentative agreement in 2 weeks' time. And so we will, again, I can't tell you everything that happens tomorrow, but we will be working with our Medea group. We will start sharing some of that information. They are becoming cognizant right now that this item is not getting approved tonight. And so, oops.
Frozen. Here it is. Frozen. Okay. So while we So answering the question, yes, our inaction tonight does change some things for our timelines, and that's what we have to deal with starting tomorrow.
So what the county office was looking for, if we did want to move forward in the ratification, they were looking for not only the AB 1200 and not only the $2 million that we had identified but not specified of classified reductions at our March 9th meeting, but there were further reductions that they were requesting. Is that right?
Yes, and remember, we did not have our meeting 2 weeks ago because that was canceled by our circumstances of the coronavirus, but we've been getting different levels of information from our county office, who's trying to do their due diligence and working with us, that they were even concerned about us making these $2+ million of reductions, that may not be enough to cover some of the concerns that they saw coming into the next year. And again, we have opinions from many different state agencies without clear direction at this point from the governor about what the actual impacts are to our anticipated budget process for next year. So everyone's trying to understand that, but you are correct that we were even getting more information that even if we just approve tonight's reductions, that may not be enough to warrant the continuation of our process.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Any other questions before we move along to 18.3? Okay, so we're moving to 18.3, review and potential approval of award of request for proposal 1859, assemble of heating, ventilation, and air conditioning equipment at Woodside Elementary. Do we have, so I'll ask a question first, which is just, we had an emergency session. There are certain things that we want to make sure that we're continuing, Dr. Martinez, with our facilities, such as things like the central warehouse, which to me is a critical one in light of the food needs that we may have and things like this. Can you give, for this and some other items following, I think at that emergency meeting, you heard from the board a very strong concern and strong desire to limit the projects being done to those which were essential. Can you give some insight into where this one falls as well as some of the others that we have on the agenda this evening?
Yeah, so again, this particular one is approval of a request for the proposal for the work for HVAC, ventilation, and air HVAC equipment. I'm going to have Melanie share a little bit of information as well on this item, just in essence giving the update that this is Measure C funds, and it's in essence, I believe, approving the award of the bid. Melanie, you give a little bit more.
Hi, yes, good evening. So there's actually going to be 2 items on the agenda tonight regarding the project at Woodside Elementary School. This is the pre-purchase of the equipment, and then there's also the actual construction. So this is the final site where we have not completed the HVAC upgrade across the district. It is also bond funded, and as we are approaching our deadline to finish using those Measure C funds, this is our last large summer of construction. And so due to the current status of the HVAC system of that campus, and delaying it 1 additional year would not allow us to have the proper heating and ventilating at that campus for the coming school year. So we do feel that it's an essential infrastructure item and a project that we do want to move forward with.
Thank you. Any other board questions or comments before we call for a motion?
I do have a comment, but it's kind of, well, it's related, not related. We just passed a resolution at that emergency meeting about maintaining a safe distance. And our employees don't seem to be maintaining a safe distance from each other. Just saying.
We're talking about here?
I'm talking about Melanie and Dr. Gonzalez.
Or kind of, yeah.
Model the behavior that we're hoping to see. Okay. So 18.3, any further comments or questions on that? Okay, do we have a motion?
Mr. President, I move that we approve the award of request for proposal number 1859, manufacture, assembly of heating, ventilation, and air conditioning equipment at Woodside Elementary School.
Second.
All right. So we'll start the voting with Ms. Count.
Yes.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item 18.3 passes 5-0. 18.4, review and potential approval of award of bid 1860 installation of HVAC at Woodside Elementary School. Questions, or barring questions, we can move to a motion.
I'm prepared to make a motion. Woodside, as was mentioned, is the last one to come online with this. They originally had some PFC purchased equipment that limped along for a number of years, and we applaud the PFCs when they do contribute this, but now it's time for Woodside to have their fair share. So I would move that we approve the awarded bid of 1860 installation of heating, ventilation, and air conditioning equipment at Woodside Elementary School.
Second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Mayo, second by Ms. Count. I'll start the voting with Ms. Mason.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Mayo,
Yes.
Ms. Durkee,
Yes.
and Ms. Count.
Yes.
Okay, I also vote yes. Motion passes 5-0. We move along to 18.5. Review and potential approval of purchase of materials from the Garland Company for 2020 summer roofing program. Do we have a motion?
Mr. President, I move we approve item 18.5, the purchase of materials from the Garland Company for 2020 summer roofing program.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Ms. Count, second by Ms. Mason.
I just have a quick question. I saw something, I think it's on Pleasant Hill's newsletter that goes out, City of Pleasant Hill, talking about limiting construction. I didn't know if there had been any awareness or conversation with them, that they were saying like no construction can happen. So are you aware of that, or do you have to negotiate with them or with the Pleasant Hill sites?
If that's a question for staff.
Yeah.
Just offhand, again, each one of the components that we are working with, sometimes we're working with the state, sometimes we're working with the individual cities. We have passed the ability for us to do that work, but we still are working within the structure of each of those cities' requirements or each of those overseeing agencies. So we will have our Associate General Counsel work with our maintenance department. I'm not going to get into a situation of doing something if they do not want us.
No. I guess I was wondering if you had heard anything, or if that had been on your radar, knew that potentially was an issue. I mean, it's not an issue. Yeah.
I haven't heard specifically from Mark.
Right.
Yes or no on these particular projects.
Okay.
Okay. All right. You'll forgive me. Did we get a motion and a second? Okay, that's all right. So we're at the voting. That's what I thought. But Ms. Durkee.
Yes.
Ms. Count.
Yes.
Ms. Mason.
Yes.
And Ms. Mayo.
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0. We move along to 18.6. Review and potential approval of the fiscal transaction for the month of February. Do we have a motion?
Mr. President, I'll move the approval of the fiscal transactions for the month of February 2020.
Okay, and a second.
I'll second.
Motion by Ms. Durkee, second by Ms. Mason. Any discussion, any questions?
I just wanted to thank staff for the answers to my numerous questions on this item and the other one on monthly transactions.
Thank you. Ms. Mayo, we'll start the voting with you.
Yes.
Ms. Count?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
And Ms. Mason?
Yes.
All right. I also vote yes. Item 18.6 passes 5-0. Item 18.7, this was the one that we had public comment from Annie Nolan on, review and potential approval of the Destiny Library manager April 1st, 2020 through March 31st, 2021. So I can read there's the summary which says Destiny is the centralized library and textbook management system used at all elementary, middle, high school, and alternative ed campuses. So that's what it is. I don't know if any board member has and it's a renewal. Are there any questions on this?
I wonder if because it was called manager, it sounds like a person, but really it's the software. Is that correct?
It is the software program, and actually it tracks and inventories a huge asset that we have, which are our libraries at all of our school sites, our textbooks at all of our school sites, as well as at our warehouse. And there's another component called Resource Manager, which we've just begun to scratch the surface on in a way to inventory our instruments. And then possibly our smaller technology at our school sites, let's say our equipment that is purchased out of the California Partnership Academy grant. So we've just started with that process, and with Dr. Gonzalez working with her team, we're really kind of wanting to take a look at that to see how we can maximize it in order to track our resources better.
Could that also be used for Chromebooks? But I know we've approved another item that was an audit just to try to keep track of our Chromebooks that doesn't seem to have this electronic tracking system.
It can be, but we would need to be very careful that all of our systems are working with one another. We would want to test that out, because the worst thing you can do is have all these competing systems and then have your inventory in multiple places. Right. So, but some of the sites are utilizing it for other technology on their school campus.
Okay. Do we have a motion on 18.7?
Mr. President, I'll move to approve the renewal of Destiny Resource Manager for April 2020 through March 31st, 2021.
Okay.
Second.
Second by Ms. Mayo. How would you like to vote, Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Mayo votes yes. Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
Ms. Cound?
Yes.
And Ms. Mason?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0. We move along to 18.8, which is charter school facilities rocket ship future charter school, and we have a document attached to it. Dr. Martinez, is there any further presentation on this one, or any overview from either you or perhaps Mr. Alvarado?
Actually, Dr. Gonzalez could speak to it if there are particular questions.
Okay.
We did want to clarify that there are, within the PowerPoint, there are mentions of Clayton Valley Charter High School. Again, working with our legal advisor, I don't know if he was able to correct that. We do have information that will be coming on that school at a future date. Dr. Gonzalez, was there anything in particular you wanted to clarify for us?
All right, if you just asked me a question, this muted for the last 10 seconds. I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Primarily, I indicated that again, this presentation that was here does have components that have to do with rocket ships specifically, but then there were some pieces of information about Clayton Valley Charter High School. What I said is that there will be another item that will come forward about them specifically. And then simply I asked if there was any clarification that you had on this item. Oh, we lost your voice.
Can you hear me?
Now, yeah.
Okay. In speaking with our attorney, John Ye, the intent of bringing this forward was to have both of the Prop 39 final offers for facilities on here for both of the schools. One of them did not make it in time, so he was intending this presentation to be attached to both, which is why he wrote one. So the one for Clayton Valley will come forward at the next meeting.
So the docket language is actually correct. It's just the attachment is implying that it's covering both. The last page of the attachment says requested action to approve both of them, but that's not correct, right? Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay.
Do we have a motion here on item 18.8? Because this is calling for action. Do we have a motion?
I will move the approval of the final offer facilities to Rocket Ship Charter School for 2020-2021.
Okay. Do we have a second? I think Ms. Mayo is seconding, but I can't hear her.
No, we can't hear you.
We've lost Ms. Mayo.
There it is.
Yes.
Were you seconding?
Yes, I seconded the motion.
Okay. And how would you like to vote, Ms. Mayo?
Well, yes.
Okay. Ms. Mason?
Oh, she's muted.
They're unmute.
They're trying to tell us something we should be.
I didn't even try to unmute it that time. Yes.
Okay. Ms. Counts?
Yes.
And Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
Okay, I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0. And we move along to 18.9, which is review and potential approval of the fiscal transactions for the month of March. Do we have a motion on item 18.9?
I make a motion that we approve the fiscal transactions for the month of March.
Okay, and do we have second by Ms. Count? Do we have any questions or discussion?
Normally, these have been on the consent agenda. Is there a reason they were placed on the open session agenda? Or
It should have, I'm hearing from staff that it should have been a consent agenda item. But as you can see with the number of items that we were putting on the agenda, this got put in the wrong place.
Okay, thank you.
Great. So, Ms. Mayo, we'll start voting with you.
Yes.
Ms. Counts?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
And Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item 18.9 passes 5-0.
I will just say it is important for board members to review the fiscal transactions of the district, so it was good to spend quality time with all of these pages of documents that are prepared by a very hardworking staff, so I appreciate it.
All right. Item 18.10, request for allowance of attendance days. So this covers part of the power outage. Any questions on this prior to calling for a motion or any comments?
I did have a question. I thought the totals should be filled in on page 3. Of the form. Kind of have to scroll through the instructions first, but am I looking at the most updated version here?
I presume we could pass the motion and have staff follow up to make sure it's filled out correctly.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have a motion? Ms. Cowan?
I move that we approve the request for allowance of attendance days form J13A with all totals filled in.
All right. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second goes to Ms. Mayo. Close race. But don't worry, Ms. Durkee, we'll start the voting with you.
Yes.
All right. Ms. Cowan?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Motion passes 5-0. And we move along to item 18.11, review and potential approval of award of bid 1861 for relocatable building and adult education modular building. Do we have questions? All right, I will entertain a motion.
Mr. President, I move that we approve item 1811, award of bid 1861, site adapt for relocatable building and adult education modular building.
And do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Ms. Mason, how would you like to vote?
Yes.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
Ms. Count?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item 18.11 passes 5-0. We move to 18.12, review and potential approval of contract with Amplified IT for email migration services.
Mr. President, I move we approve item 1812, approval of contract with Amplified IT for email migration services.
I'll second.
All right. And I'll just say I'm excited about a move towards Google for Microsoft Exchange. So,
Streamlining the one service does sound like a smart thing.
yes. So,
My one question was, is there a risk in having only one service? I understand the competition between the two services. I understand that it will be easier for staff to maintain the system, but is there a risk if half the internet system for the district goes down? Lost me?
No,
we can hear you.
we don't think that there's a significant risk in having.
I think there's a much greater risk. I think it's a good question. I think there's a much greater risk in having multiple systems.
Yeah.
All right. So with that, I will call for the vote. I'll let you start off, Ms. Mayo.
Yes.
All right. Ms. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Towns,
Yes.
and Ms. Durkee.
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0. And now we move along to item 18.3, particularly timely. Revision of Board Policy 5121, grade evaluation of student achievement, and Board Policy 5123, promotion requirement. So, Dr. Martinez, I turn to you for some context here, please.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Again, yes, we're bringing before you some revisions to grade evaluation of student achievement, Board Policy 5121. Again, Jennifer Sachs has been working with our instructional team, looking at different options. As we've discussed, we've looked at information from the California Department of Education, guidance from the State Superintendent's Office, guidance from the State Board of Education, trying to make sure that anything that we do differently in this time of responding to impacts of the coronavirus on our students seeks to hold them harmless, seeks to help them in their transition to their next step. And so we believe that as we were looking at our grading process, as Jennifer spoke about earlier, we think it's important to, on one hand, update our board policy. It was not updated recently, and so there's some revisions that are there that are important just to capture in general. But overall, looking at the opportunities of giving credit or no credit for this final semester is one of the big changes here. And Jennifer, I'm going to go ahead and have you share a little bit more in detail about some of the work that we've done on this policy.
Well, I think you pretty much summed it up. We have had, as you can imagine, some lively conversations with individuals all around our system, about how we're going to proceed with grading, credit, no credit, really taking, sharing what we've learned from the CDE guidance as well as other school districts with our middle school, high school principals, who they've been checking in with different teachers and coming up with their own proposals. This first policy, 5121, is just, and it's all about, that part starts with the grading conversation. And again, this is not